streets for many years now and has indeed written her name in gold. She is very interested in providing policy, economic, and strategy consulting services to businesses and organizations in advisory matters, in economic development and policy formulation. She is a global climate and energy leader, a founder, a board member. She's also our CEO of Clean Technology Hub Nigeria. She's the CEO and co-founder, and this organization is definitely pioneering hybrid hub for the research, development, and demonstration and incubation of clean and green ideas and technologies in Africa. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, do join me as we welcome the one and only Ifeoma Malo.
Thank you so much, Inya, for those warm welcome to all our guests. Mine will be shorter because time is fast spent. Good morning, everyone, and welcome. Good morning, everyone. It's just past 10. So welcome to our first Climate Conflict and Fragility Conference. We're happy to have all of you here. It took us a while to get here. The planning for this summit started, I think, 18 months ago, with a couple of us sitting down in a room and just, chatting about how we can solve some of the seemingly intractable issues in Nigeria. I'm in the conflict and energy poverty space, and so I approach any sort of resolution to our issues from that lens. And so for me, the question was, what is the intersection between a lot of the developmental issues that we're facing today and how they're shaping out and looking? How is that related to a lot of the climate crisis and environmental crisis that we have? So it's a privilege now to gather all of you here and have such a diverse and dedicated group of individuals and stakeholders that are united to solving and committed to solving some of our pressing challenges. This summit comes at a very critical time. We're facing unprecedented flooding, displacement, and conflict, and many of these exacerbated by climate change. So we thought it was wise to come together to forge a path forward. At Clean Tech Hub, one of the things we don't do is just talk about problems. We're not a problem definition organization. We're very solution and action driven, because the science around climate change is clear. The evidence and the data exists. The policies, some of them are there. And so the question is, what are we doing with all of these tools that we have in our possession? Data, policy, evidence. And so much so, we also have our communities that we have communities that we can point to that are affected by a lot of these issues. So our objective with this summit is to build a cohesive national conversation around these intertwined issues. We will identify some of the core challenges, but more importantly, we will develop actionable solutions. We want to map out climate and conflict hotspots where they intersect. And we want to come up with short-term and long-term solutions, and then build around strategies for the central and local governments to take action. We don't intend to do this alone. At Clean Tech Hub, the other thing we do very well is to partner with other organizations, like-minded organizations. And as a result, we want to give a huge thank you to the Yar'Adua Center, the HOMEF Foundation, the Surge Foundation, and the African Policy Research Institute for all of the support they have given us to see this summit come to light. We also want to thank the Skoll Foundation for their generous donation to make this summit happen. We hope that at the end of the day, we will build capacity and get more buy-in, stakeholder buy-in, and attract funding for a lot of the grassroots climate adaptation projects we have to build. At the end of the summit, we will publish a communique to guide our government's action at COP29 and establish a Climate Action Advisory Council. We will now forge new regional partnerships to implement climate adaptation projects. We are hoping that we can build this together as we begin to take action collectively on our climate emergency. I thank you for listening. Thank you for your participation, and looking forward to collaborating with all of you for a better climate future. Thank you.
I thought the applause would be a bit warmer for the one who has brought us together. Thank you so much, Ife, for laying that foundation and, of course, setting the stage for this event today. Would like to welcome, he stepped into the room while Ifoma was speaking, one of our keynote speakers that's talking about, we have a fun name, we call him in the office. He's our Pepe Dem Bishop, Most Reverend Matthew Hassan Kuka, the Catholic Bishop of Sokoto Diocese. Please, a round of applause for him. Thank you so much, my Lord. Good to see you. Right, so we move on very quickly to our goodwill messages, and we're honored and glad to have with us the representative of the immediate past Minister of Information, Alhaji Lai Mohammed. We welcome the member of the House of Representatives representing the good people of Nigeria who are based in Apapa Federal Constituency. Please join me as we welcome Dr. Honorable Adeshola S. Adedayo to give us a goodwill message. Please, a round of applause for him. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I think we can be louder. Good morning, everyone. And I think we should start by just clapping for ourselves. Amen. Clapping is a form of exercise that is good for our body. And we need to clap because at least today is the last day in the month of July. And it's only the living that can clap. So we should clap better for the organizers as well. Thank you very much. This is a goodwill message from Alhaji Lai Mohammed, the immediate past Minister of Information and Culture, and the special advisor to the Secretary General UN Tourism, to the Climate, Conflict and Fragility Summit 2024, organized by the Clean Technology Hub, today, Wednesday, the 31st of July, 2024, at the Shehu Musa Yar'Adua Conference Center, Abuja. The message is that of the Alhaji Lai Mohammed, but the voice is mine. Permit me to apologize to the board and staff of Clean Technology Hub, the organizers of Climate, Conflict and Fragility Summit 2024, for my inability to be physically here to deliver this goodwill message. I know how devastated Mr. Ibrahim Wambai in particular will feel by this development. I, however, hope that this disappointment will be slightly mitigated by the quality of representative who is before you to deliver my goodwill message on my behalf. It's none other than a distinguished Nigerian physician and my political associate of long standing, a grassroots politician, a two-term chairman of Apapa Igamu Local Council Development Authority, Lagos State, a serving member of the House of Representatives, representing the good people of Apapa Federal Constituency of Lagos State, and indeed, the Deputy Chairman, House Committee on Health Institution, Honorable Dr. Samuel Adedayo. I also wish to put on record my gratitude and appreciation to Honorable Dr. Samuel Adedayo for his humility for graciously accepting to stand in for me at such a short notice. Now, this one is mine. I represent the people of Lagos. But the interesting thing is that Lagos is a center of excellence. Lagos is a state of aquatic splendor. Lagos is the sixth largest economy in Africa. Lagos is a cosmopolitan and liberal state. Lagos is a state that comply with federal character. Why do I say this? I'm born from Kwara. I'm from Kwara State. And I represent Apapa in the Federal House. I have also been two-term chairman of Apapa Egamu in Lagos State. And I'm not an indigene. So that's why I want us to clap for Lagos State for leading the way. We can do better. God bless you. Now, let me get back to the message of my mentor. Climate Conflict and Fragility Summit 2024 couldn't have been more timely. Given the link between climate change, wars, and world peace, it is quite disheartening and tragic that rather than appreciate the fact that a lot of the fragility in the world today, especially in Nigeria, be it Boko Haram, farmers' others clash, or banditry, can be attributed in part to climate change. We have been living in denial and attributing these conflicts to religion, ethnicity, and politics. Nature, on the other hand, is blind to race or religion and continues to inflict more punishment on humanity for not recognizing the role of climate on conflicts and fragility. I am aware that we have present in this room experts who will do a much better job in not only linking climate to conflicts and fragility, but we hopefully profile solutions to avoid the looming Armageddon. And this is no doubt why I have been invited to just present a goodwill message. When former President Muhammad Buhari met President Donald Trump, also a former president of the US, at the White House on the 30th of April 2018, President Donald Trump accused President Muhammad Buhari's administration of persecuting and killing Christians. This was the lie that had been told to Donald Trump and his administration by some mischievous and unpatriotic opposition political leaders, and also some faith leaders who found that approach more lucrative to secure donations and funding for their churches or pockets from the gullible and largely uninformed Christian worldwide. This class of unprincipled opposition political leaders and faith leaders reduced the Boko Haram insurgency, banditry, and the farmers' others clashes to wars of supremacy between Christians and Muslims on the one hand, and between the Hausas and Fulani and other ethnic nationalities in Nigeria on the other hand. This was a lie sold to the world, even when they knew it to be false. Consequently, as the Minister of Information and Culture then, I spent a lot of time and resources fighting this fake news and deliberate disinformation. Starting with the farmers' others clash, I endeavor to remind the general public that the Lake Chad, on which over 20 million Africans from Nigeria, the Republic of Niger, Republic of Cameroon, Republic of Benin, Republic of Chad, and the Republic of Burkina Faso relied for their farming, fishing, irrigation, grazing for their cattle, as in the last 60 years or so lost about 85% of its water volume. As a result of this, herdsmen in particular from these neighboring countries have naturally headed south in search of water and pasture for their cattle. And this is principally responsible for the upsurge in farmers' others clashes recorded in recent years. Regrettably, some of our governors who had woefully failed in delivering good governance to their electorates capitalized on this development by insinuating that the farmers-others clash was part of an overall agenda to Islamize Nigeria, and in particular the Middle Belt. The knave and the suffering public bought this lie, and the seed of enmity and distrust was sown between the different ethnic and religious groups that are either to live together harmoniously. This led to an orgy of killings never before witnessed in these parts. Curiously enough, since a change of baton in some of these states in 2023, there has been a noticeable decline in these clashes. The truth of the matter is that the farmers-others clash had its roots in the dwindling resources. It is more about a contest for natural resource control. The case of banditry largely in the northwestern part of the country is even more instructive. The aggressors and the victims of banditry in the northwestern states of Nigeria are in most cases Hausa Fulani Muslims. So how can you anchor the phenomenon of banditry, which is centuries old, on a battle of supremacy between the Muslim northerners and the Christian southerners? I'm sure those of us that are conversant with the scripture, particularly the Holy Scripture, we note that even these things are very old phenomenon. Abraham and Lot had conflicts concerning where their heads will graze, and that was about 6,000 years ago. So these new problems are not new. While the origin of Boko Haram insurgency can be traced largely to religious extremism and fundamentalism, it is also not correct to see Boko Haram as simply an attempt by the Muslim majority in the northern part of Nigeria to wipe out the Christian minority. Not at all. The original grounds of the Boko Haram fanatics was against regular Muslims like Alhaji Lai Mohammed. The Boko Haram insurgents dealt deadly blows on Muslims and Christians alike. Just as churches were burnt, so also were mosques bombed. Just as Christian worshippers were slaughtered in their churches, so were Muslim worshippers massacred during Jumat prayers all over northern part of Nigeria. If anyone doubts the impact of climate change of Boko Haram, I recommend to him or her the film Eagle's Wing, a film produced by Papel Productions in collaboration with the Nigeria Air Force. However, the false news and deliberate misinformation on the cause of these conflicts were so pervasive that our own counter-offensive at the Ministry of Information and Culture had also to be massive and all-encompassing. We organized town hall meetings in Guzo, Zamfara State, Katsina State, Kaduna State, and Maiduguri, Borno State, in which we invited experts from the academia, retired officials from the old Northern Nigeria Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock, and also members of the civil society organizations to discuss the link between climate change and the various conflicts of Boko Haram insurgency, farmers-other clashes, and banditry. As the Minister of Information and Culture, I also appeared on several radio and television programs to establish the link between climate change and these conflicts. I granted numerous interviews and addressed many press conferences on this subject matter. I, however, did not limit my counter-offensive to Nigeria. I carried the battle to the United Kingdom and the United States of America. In the United Kingdom and the United States of America, I addressed or granted interviews to the following media houses or think tanks, amongst them Reuters, BBC, Voice of America, Bloomberg, Washington Post, Associated Press, Foreign Policy Magazine, The Politico, Zenga News, The Economist, Guardians, The African Confidential, African Report, and Al Jazeera, to mention a few. The think tanks are these: Atlantic Council, Council for Foreign Relations in the US, Royal Institute of International Affairs, Chatham House in London, Royal African Institute in the UK, Commonwealth Office Officials, All Party Parliamentary Group, UK, United Institute of Peace, the Hudson Institute. From the above, you can see that I've spent about 9 years trying to alert the world to pay attention to the link between climate change, conflicts, and fragility. I'm therefore glad and excited to know that Clean Technology Hub is taking this campaign to a new level. I wish you fruitful deliberation. Thank you for listening. I just also want to add this, that this present house under Right Honorable Tajuddin Abbas, PhD, is concerned about the conflicts and how fragile our environment is. If we insult our environment, the environment will insult us back. That's the simple message. There are things to learn from many of these conferences and talk shops, and that actions need to be taken. For example, this present house, we are working on a bill because we found out that there's a deficit on what we call the National Council on Climate Change. We are working on it to see that we reenact it to be the establishment of a National Climate Change Agency. And it's the House bill, for those who are interested, the House bill number 837 is about going for the second reading. What we are trying to do in that bill is to change just name. You might say it's just semantics. Yes, true, it's semantics. But the word at large, other agencies will not work with us if we still call our own a climate change council. That's why we just want to change the name so that we can also assess and also relate with other people in the world. I don't want to buy the lie that this is just a simple Muslim-Christian conflict. No, it is not. For example, where I come from Oro, the same place with Alhaji Lai Mohammed. He's a devout Muslim. I'm a devout Christian. I'm a zonal pastor in the Redeemed Christian Church of God. But it will interest you to note that in Oro, for several years, Alhaji was holding his annual Ramadan lecture at St. Andrew Catholic Church in Oro. And that's the way we relate in that place. And as a pastor, I stay in, Alhaji is my senior brother, if you like to say that. I prepare my sermon lessons in his house, on his table. And there's no reason why we should fight each other. Again, when I go to Oro, I have my house, but I stay in Alhaji's house throughout, whenever he's around. So these are some of the things that some of us should be able to tell the world. That these things are not just simply, you can't just put a line and that this is just a Muslim-Christian conflict. It's all about natural resources. The others have their own, they need water, they need grass. So that their cattle will not die. And this is what they want to defend. So we must find a way to help them solve their problem. I read in a book about a rabbi in Israel. The other went to him to complain, to say, look, this so-so-so farmer is not allowing my animals to pass through his farm. The rabbi said, he concluded and said, look, I have a right. Yes, the rabbi said, yes, you are correct. Then the farmer came and said, look, the hard man is using his animals to destroy my farm. The rabbi said, you are also correct. And in that instance, somebody was listening, and he told the rabbi, you have contradicted the law of non-contradiction, which says that something cannot be yes and no at the same time. But in this instance, we need to be able to know that all of them, we need to hear their voices. We need to find a middle way. We are all human beings, and all of us are responsible for the problems that we have in the country. And particularly, human beings take too many things for granted. We are not the only creator on the universe, but we oppress all others. We oppress the animals, we oppress whatever you are. Even if you are a vegetarian, what you are eating must have lived sometimes. If it is a plant, the plant was living before you eat it. If it's an animal, the animal was eating. So because we think that we are the supreme being, we insult the environment. And the lesson what you must take home is that we need to sit down and think properly. In the film we have seen, you could see that every part of the world is concerned. The South, because of the upsurge in the water level, because of the ice in the Arctic regions are melting. So the water level is rising there. In the North, we have this environmental impact because there are no rains, we have drought. So everybody is migrating towards my natural state. They are migrating towards Kwara, and we will accommodate everybody. I may not be able to wait all along for this program because the House has an emergency plenary this morning at 12 o'clock, and I want to be part of it. Until I became a member in the House, I didn't know that when they said we are on recess, we are still supposed to come back. But I have been back for like a week now. We had other committees. When we are in recess, we still go on with our committee works. We still go on with our oversight functions. So we are not completely on recess. And some people, there's an information there out that many of us are disappeared. We've run away from Nigeria. No, many of us are here. And now, in particular, I'm going back to my constituency tonight. I'll be the first one in Apapa tomorrow to see what will happen. And I urge all Nigerians, while we have a right to protest, let it be peaceful. Let it be peaceful. Let's copy those that we are copying very well. The last time I saw people who were pro-Hamas and anti-Hamas, all of them were together on the same ground. They brought their placards, and there was no problem. So I urge us that we have no other country to run to. I've told people, even if you have a foreign passport, you are a bloody Nigerian. Because when the chips are down, you have to go back to your country. Nobody loves us more than ourselves. Thank you very much for listening. God bless you.
Please, another round of applause for the representative of the former Minister of Information. Thank you so much, Dr. Honorable Adeshola Adedayo, for your kind words and indeed highlighting the problem matters. And of course, also chipping in the protest. Thank you for all that you have said. We appreciate you, sir. And we're grateful as well to have with us another person to give us a very brief goodwill message. She is the Special Assistant to the President on Climate Change, and her name is Rukaya Bashir El-Rufai. Please let's invite her with a warm applause as she comes up to give us a goodwill message. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and permit me to stand on all existing due protocols. My name is Rukaya El-Rufai. I'm the Special Advisor to the President on National Economic Council and Climate Change. I'm resident at the Office of the Vice President. So it's with great honor and profound sense of responsibility that I extend my heartfelt greetings and best wishes to all the participants of the Climate, Conflict, and Fragility Summit in Nigeria. The summit convenes at a very pivotal moment in our shared global journey as we confront the intertwined challenges of climate change, conflict, and fragility that is threatening that well-being and future of our societies. It is a global shared journey. I don't know if you recall that the world recorded the 3 hottest days on record just a few days ago. And this has made the UN Secretary General amplify his message of not pushing climate to the back runner because of the so many current challenges facing now. Policymakers and global business leaders are at risk of pushing climate to the back runner because it's all about having a balanced agenda where you try to tackle now while you're also, positioning for the future and creating that balance between meeting the needs of this generation and those of future generation. The theme of this summit resonates deeply with the urgency and complexity of the times we live in. Climate change is not merely an environmental issue, but a catalyst for conflict and a magnifier of fragility. We are seeing this in Nigeria. The impacts of climate variability and extremes are felt most acutely by those that are already vulnerable. We already have so much poverty. We have food insecurity, and what is happening is the climate vulnerabilities is exacerbating existing conditions. Of course, where you have fragility in your environmental system, it does exacerbate tensions and undermine efforts towards peace and development. In Nigeria, these challenges are stark and multifaceted. The devastating floods that inundate our communities. We had a very, very bad flood in 2022. And at the National Economic Council, my principal, His Excellency Vice President Kashim Shettima, has never put this by the side. The NEC constantly maintained an ad hoc committee on flood, convening the MDAs and the states as well to keep monitoring floods. We were working with the technical agencies, and we knew last year there wouldn't be so much flood, but this year there was high alert. And you can imagine, given the food insecurity we're facing, we can't afford not to, be able to have preparedness. But beyond that, for the first time this year, the committee extended its mandate to disaster risks, thereby also prioritizing erosion, coastal erosion, and droughts as well. So coastal erosion relentlessly eats away at our shores, threatening homes and infrastructure. And you have the likes of Lagos, that the risk that they face is rising sea levels. The farmer-herder conflicts, often fueled by competition of diminishing resources, highlight the complex interplay between environmental stress and social unrest. And beyond that, even for sustainability, these resources are finite. And that's why what you're seeing globally is a re-engineering of economies and businesses, thereby leading to concepts such as circular economy and all that, where resource efficiency is now prioritized. Food insecurity driven by these environmental and social pressures remains a pressing concern that demands our urgent attention. Our nation's resilience is tested by the impacts of climate change on our socio-economic fabric and our national security. I just saw, while I was coming here, on the news that the organizers of the protest are starting to emerge, and one of the things I saw that they would ask is security, because it's also affecting agriculture. So the displacements of millions due to floods, the loss of lives in the arid and semi-arid regions of our country, and the mounting pressure on our urban centers are challenges we must confront and resolve. The themes of this summit, exploring the nexus of climate, conflict, and fragility, and strategizing for local resilience and adaptation, are crucial to charting a sustainable path forward. That's why at NEC we realize the importance of the role we play for local climate action. And in as much as I agree that for Africa, local resilience and adaptation is important, I also think to sustain managing the conflict, we can't keep our eyes off of mitigation as well, because we can't afford to continue to be laggards. We also need to leapfrog. I believe that there are many leapfrog opportunities that would rapidly solve some of our challenges if we also prioritize mitigation. And there's so much money, more money actually with mitigation, as opposed to adaptation, and I think mitigation too is very important. As we gather here, we are reminded by the vital importance of collaborative action and innovative solutions. Nigeria, which with its rich diversity and resilience, stands as both a beacon of hope and microcosm of the global challenges we face. Your efforts to address these challenges at national and regional levels are commendable and offer valuable lessons for the international community. Our discussions and deliberations over the coming days or today must be driven by commitment to inclusivity, sustainability, and resilience. We must listen to the voices of those most affected, particularly women, youth, and marginalized communities, and to ensure their perspectives shape our policies and intervention. In my past life, we used to do a lot of audits of CSR projects across Africa, not only Nigeria, and one of the things we do, even mere provision of water pumps. You'd be amazed at the disconnect and the expectation gaps, because very often people sit on their desk to define solutions without, proper engagement of the people that are affected. This is very, very important for identifying sustainable solutions. In closing, I extend my deepest gratitude to the organizers, speakers, and all the participants for your dedication and contributions to this vital cause. May this summit mark a significant step forward in our quest for climate resilience, conflict resolution, and the stability of fragile regions. Thank you, and may your efforts be guided by wisdom and a shared vision for a better world for all. May God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you, Ma'am Rukaya El-Rufai. We're grateful to you for the kind words. She's the Special Assistant to the President on National Economic Council and climate change. Thank you so much for the kind words. Our final goodwill message is coming from a royal father, and we are so honored and glad to have with us His Royal Highness Yahya Abubakar, the Emir of Bidda, who is ably represented by one I know so well, a big brother through and through, Dr. Mohammed Kudu Abubakar, the Dammatsanin Rabba. Please, let's give him a warm applause as he makes his way here to give us a goodwill message from the Emir of Bidda. Please, let's make the applause warmer as he makes his way here.
Good morning, all, and like they say in Nigerian parlance, I think I will beg to stand on the already established protocols. But before then, let me make a very, very important correction. In Nupe land, we don't have an emir of Nupe. We have the Etu Nupe. There is no emir of Bidda. It is Etu Nupe. Etu Nupe happens to be the paramount ruler of the entire Nupe kingdom, and not just within Nigeria, but even beyond, including diaspora. You're too interested to know that we have the Nupes even in diaspora, as far as Brazil, just like the Yorubas. I've already been introduced by a very good sister and colleague in broadcasting, but today I'm here not as a broadcaster, but someone representing the traditional institution. I came into this institution as far back as 2016, before I even retired from the NTA. As Dammatsanin Rabba Nupe, what that title means is someone who is very close to scholarship and for the entire Nupe land, we exist to kind of actualize, consolidate, strengthen education, activism, advocacy for the Nupes and for the Nupe land. This goodwill message is from His Royal Highness Alhaji Dr. Yar'Adua CFR, Etsunupe, and Chairman, Niger State Council of Traditional Rulers. He is also the coordinating chairman of the committee, or rather, chairman coordinating committee of the National Council of Traditional Rulers of Nigeria. In that capacity, the National Council is the apex organization that constitutes the entire monarchs, traditional royal fathers, kings, chiefs of the entire Federation of Nigeria. It is ably led as chairman by no other person but His Eminence, the Sultan of Sokoto, and co-chaired by the Oni of Ife. So it is in that capacity as the chairman coordinating committee of the Traditional Council, Rulers Council of Nigeria, that the Etsunupe wish to give this goodwill message. He would have been here himself, but as I talk to you now, he is in Saudi Arabia representing the council in another very important engagement. His Royal Highness describes this event as timely and necessary. He says, Climate, Conflict, and Fragility Summit with the theme From the Crisis to Resilience, charting a path forward for Nigeria, is indeed an event in the right direction. As rightly pointed out in the organizers' program, Nigeria faces significant environmental and social challenges that threaten the stability and well-being of its communities. In Nigeria, we all know that traditional rulers are also known as royal fathers or traditional monarchs. So as custodians of tradition and culture, who play important roles in the country's socio-political landscape, and more especially the development in their respective domains, royal fathers and indeed the traditional institution are aware of the devastating consequences of climate change within and across our various domains and environment. While in northern Nigeria, the effects could lead or have led to desertification, flooding, and erosion in the southern part of Nigeria, the effects are manifested in gully erosion, landslides, flooding, water and fish contamination, and other natural disasters. So therefore, while commending and appreciating various efforts and interventions of the federal and state governments to mitigate the consequential effects of climate change, the National Council of Traditional Rulers of Nigeria notes and commends the stated key objectives of this Climate, Conflict, and Fragility Summit. As Royal Fathers, His Royal Highness said he welcomes the expected outcomes of the summit, notably is the suggested establishment of a Climate and Conflict and Fragility Advisory Council. He hopes that such a council could be replicated at the states and local government levels for more effectiveness at the grassroots levels. The Traditional Rulers Council and the institution are also given their word through His Royal Highness that they are ready and willing to support stakeholders and institutions in the following two key expected outcomes. One, in raising awareness among communities, and two, to build community resilience and reduce vulnerabilities to climate impacts and conflicts. In conclusion, the National Council of Traditional Rulers of Nigeria appreciates this invitation to deliver a goodwill message and further commends the organizers, Clean Technology Hub, for the pioneering research and development efforts. The Council also commends the sponsors and all stakeholders to the summit. We wish you successful deliberations and pray for a very fruitful implementation of the suggested outcomes. Thank you for listening, and thank you for inviting us.
Thank you so much, Dr. MKA. The Muslim Rabab, thank you for being here and indeed representing our royal father royally. We appreciate it. All right, so we're moving very, very swiftly on to our first keynote address. And the topic of this keynote is climate, migration, and conflict in the Nigerian and global context. There are lots of things that we're open to learning at this point, and of course, we have one who is very vast in training and in facilitating, in improving faith-based social justice initiatives. He conducts train-the-trainer courses in enhancing interreligious dialogue and engagement, intra-religious cooperation, and of course is the director of several organizations, and his personal motto actually happens to be growth and contribution with passion, wisdom, faith, and fun. And trust me, he exemplifies this everywhere he goes. He is the Director of Research and Training of the Dawa Institute of Nigeria and Islamic Education Trust in Minna. We are grateful to have with us Sheikh Nuruddin Lemu, who is our first keynote speaker. Please, let's give him a warm applause as he makes his way here to give us this keynote for the next 25 minutes. Thank you.
A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. I seek refuge in God from Satan the accursed. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. In the name of God, the most gracious, the most merciful. May the peace and blessings of God be upon all of us, and our teachers, and our parents, and those who have handed over their various batons to us, and may God help us pass this on to others successfully. You know, where you have elders, you would have thought the elders would come first, so I thought my bishop would be speaking before me. Some of those who gave their goodwill messages, as they were speaking, I was just ticking off, okay, I didn't need to touch that one, I don't need to touch that other point. The topic of environment is one that is very dear to me, and I'd like to congratulate Clean Technology Hub and their network and collaborators for taking this subject seriously. The relationship between climate and conflict is so critical, so misunderstood, and sometimes handled in such a simplistic manner that it's very demoralizing. When my late mother was alive, she had an award from the Nigerian Environmental Society for making the compound of the Islamic Education Trust the greenest compound in Minna. She was an avid tree planter, and after she passed away, I took, or made a pledge to myself that I would make sure I planted at least 200 trees every year. But then, fortunately, I wasn't the only one who was interested in tree planting, and I'll come back to trees later. This year, I think we have, because in northern Nigeria, or at least this part of northern Nigeria, if you have not finished planting the trees you're going to plant by the end of July, it's usually too late for those trees to survive the dry season. We've so far planted, I think, about 1,300 and something. And and I start with trees because these are probably the most sophisticated environmental warriors and protection agents out there. Civilizations from the Mayan side of South America, all over the world, island civilizations have disappeared when their trees disappeared. And we will, God willing, touch on why. Some problems are described as wicked problems. I'm not making up the term. You can Google it. Wicked problems. These are very persistent, complicated problems where nearly everything you try to do to solve it just compounds the problem. So you try to solve one aspect, you find you're creating another problem. This problem of climate and environment is not one that is an easy problem to solve. To make things worse, most climate problems don't come overnight. You know, it's not like malaria. You got a little warning, if you don't take it, the consequences come. It comes very slowly. It doesn't come to the whole world at once. It hits here with a serious drought, record-breaking temperature here, something there. And so when it doesn't hit you, you tend to look at it as it's somebody else's problems, instead of looking at it as writing on the wall, early warning systems of an impending doom. Simon Sinek is one of these management gurus, and he has an interesting book called Infinite Games. So a game like football is finite. There's a beginning, there's an end. Graduating from university, there's a beginning and there's an end. Helping one poor person off the street, or even 100, there's a beginning, there's an end. But solving poverty, solving human rights abuses, helping with the challenges faced by climate and environment, the protection of other species who are critical to ecological balance and hence our survival. This is an infinite game. We will do what we can and we'll pass the baton to the next generation. The problem is when a problem is growing exponentially, geometric growth, but the solution is only arithmetic growth, the size of the problem outstrips the size of the solution. And a general rule for such type of problems is that prevention is better than cure. The cure is just far, far too expensive. The environment is important for obvious reasons, but also because all our plans for the future are on planet Earth. And so when we talk about, the future of the economy, the future of the political this, just talk about the future. If what you mean is it's happening on planet Earth, the environment is the canvas on which we are making all our plans. And if the canvas is shredding, then what happens to your plans? You hear people talking about, where Nigeria will be in the next 50 years, in the next 100 years, but you don't ask, won't we need the environment for those plans to be realized? Won't the future need food? Won't the future need water? We've got a desert encroaching at a speed of about 3 to 5 kilometers per year. 3 to 5 kilometers per year is the speed at which the Sahara Desert is moving southwards. What does that mean? 3 kilometers may not be a lot. But over the period of 30 years, that's about 100 kilometers. So look at the map of Nigeria, and you say from one end of Nigeria to another end of Nigeria is approximately 800 kilometers. In 30 years, the desert, we've already got Sahara coming. Now, when you are studying in school, if you did geography, they will tell you we have the rainforest area and high forests, and then we go to what they call derived savanna, and then Guinea savanna, and then Sudan savanna, and then the Sahel. Then you have the Sahara. The Sahel, when I was in primary school, is now Sahara. The Sudan savanna is now the Sahel. And cattle that used to go to the very end to get their food can't go too far because they need to come back south. But then they are going further south than they did before. They used to be stopped by tsetse fly. Which caused trypanosomiasis, a disease that killed cattle. But we've been able to find medicine for that. It was interesting when somebody highlighted that if you look, and you can Google it to look at the tsetse fly zone in Nigeria, and then you look at Muslim zone in Nigeria, you'd think it's actually the same map. That as Islam came from the north with the Hausas and the Fulanis, it actually stopped where the cattle could no more go. Where tsetse fly stopped the cattle, Islam, Fulanis stopped there. Now the tsetse flies are no more an obstacle. And the cattle are able to go further south. Some of the native species of plants, cattle, you don't like eating anything just because it's food. Cattle also have tastes. They don't like eating anything just because it's grass. There's specific grasses they prefer to eat. But they've finished those grasses already due to so much pressure on the land. The cattle have had to move away from the northeast because of the conflict of the Boko Haram. They'll have to come down further south because the desert just doesn't allow them to spend time there. Then we're living in a society where our population is already 230 million, when I was checking last night. But is expected to be 450 million by 2050. 2050, we're 2024. 2050 is in another just 25 or so years. And the population that is going to make Nigeria, whose children are going to make Nigeria, 450 million, have already been born. Unless you can convince your children not to have children, but love has its way and it conquers all, right? We have wicked problems. As religious leaders, both in Islam and in Christianity, and I would say for Judaism and many other religions, the view of a human being is as a servant of God. Or a metaphor is used of the shepherd. It's a very common metaphor. One who takes care of the sheep, takes care of their welfare, but also protects them from the wolves or the predators. Sometimes to make us realize how short our time is here, metaphors in religion describe life as being like a journey and a human being as being like a visitor. Don't waste your time. Do what brought you and leave. But we've not been doing a very good job about whether we call ourselves stewards, whether we call ourselves shepherds or travelers. To help those who don't come from an ecology or environment background understand the complexity of the natural world, I'd like to give a few examples from a few parts of the world, starting with Yellowstone Park in the United States, Greater Yellowstone Park. I'll say a little about the Middle East and why it has nearly completely turned to desert, nearly, I think it already is, and then come back home here. Early last century, Americans in that part of the country had a big problem with their livestock being eaten by wolves. So if wolves were the problem, the simple solution is kill the wolves. And they went about to do just that. And nearly 100 years ago, the last pups of wolves were killed. Wolves, gray wolves, went extinct. Problem solved. But the wicked problem, being what it is, did not allow the solution to last. After a while, few decades, they started to realize the waters in the rivers were becoming dirty, brown. Certain birds were disappearing. Certain trees had disappeared. The ground was becoming desert. The water, instead of meandering slowly, was just rushing out of Yellowstone Park and packing everything it could with it. The soil was getting less fertile. Farmers were complaining. Cut a long story short, they were told, the problem is you've killed all the wolves. That's why the rivers are going straight. And what do you mean? What have wolves got to do with how rivers flow, for goodness sake? Goodness had its own explanation. The government was able to convince people that we need to reintroduce gray wolves. And about 31 gray wolves were brought in from Canada. And over the next decades, 70 years later, the land what was getting parched and desert-like went back to its original form. What was the magic played by the wolves? What transpires is that when the wolves were killed, the wolves were the main predators of the herbivores, the elks, the antelopes, the deer, the bison. So the wolves controlled the population of these herbivores. When the wolves disappeared, nobody to eat these herbivores. So they had a population explosion. When the wolves were around, the moment these antelopes stayed in one place, the wolves found food. And they had to keep moving. So they couldn't stay in one place and finish decimating all the food in one area. They had to be literally on their toes. By the time the wolves had now gone, and the population of these elk and deer and these herbivores continued to multiply, there was nobody to push them to run anywhere. So they would stay in a place, graze, browse, completely finish every grass and any green there was around, especially in their own dry season, and move like this vacuum cleaner, you know, this Hoover. Yeah, that's how these elk were just moving and finishing all the plants that were protecting the soil from the sun, that were protecting the soil from the rain. Since there was no more grass, the elk had finished it. When rain fell, it hit the ground directly. In the past, when rain would fall, the grass would break the fall of the rain. Instead of the water flowing, the grass prevented water from flowing, so it went underground. And because the water would go underground, it would continue going down, it will leach out into the streams. It's been filtered by the soil. And so the water would actually enter the rivers and streams very slowly. Now there was no more grass. And antelopes, when there's no more grass, just like goats, start eating the bark of trees. So all the little saplings, the next generation of plants that were to grow, had been finished, dead. The only thing remaining was that oak tree down there, that willow down there, that aspen, that other species of tree. But the next generation of trees had gone. And so when the rain now fell, it could rush out. Nothing to slow it down. So as it was rushing out, it would carry the topsoil, which was the most fertile. Anybody in agriculture, your top 5 to 10 centimeters, that's the soil. Anything below 10, 15 centimeters, it's for agriculture, for plants, it's really not useful. So the water would just erode the organic matter, the topsoil, and rush straight into the rivers and dirty their colors. Anytime you see a river brown in color, that's erosion, that's topsoil that has gone there mostly. But as the waters came in, not slowed down by anything, the water started to flood. No time to go slowly meandering and giving water everywhere as you get out of the park, but they started to gradually get straighter and straighter. And they eroded and made the valleys deeper. But as the plants disappeared, the food of the rabbits disappeared. As the trees disappeared, the food and building material of the beavers disappeared. Beavers make dams to raise the water level where they are able to make their nests. Wetlands disappeared just because wolves disappeared. Then birds disappeared. And then with no more flowers, the insects disappeared. Gradually, you had the place evolving into a desert. Humans were helpless because trees and plants had disappeared. What are trees? What is a plant? If I gave you a riddle and I told you there's a piece of technology that has been developed in Japan that is able to convert soil into food, and it costs less than $20 to buy that piece of technology. It can convert soil into edible food. Would you believe me? But that's what a tree is. It's a piece of biotechnology that is able to convert soil and inorganic nutrients into mango and banana and coconut. It's solar powered. That's what photosynthesis is. A leaf is a solar panel. But it's not a solar panel where at the end of the day, it's finished being used. Where do we go and dump it? It's also biodegradable. You strike a tree, strike a laptop with a cutlass and see what happens. That's the end of your laptop. Strike a tree with your cutlass, it'll self-repair. Technology that self-repairs. technology that self-replicates. One tree, just protect it. It'll give you all the seeds for the next generation. But the tree assumes that there's some grass that's holding the seeds in place that will prevent the rain from just packing it into the rivers. A tree is a 3D food printer, very advanced. When a tree puts out a branch, it's not just offering shade and offering food and releasing oxygen and changing microclimate. But very often that's the hand that we cut to make firewood. The greatest protectors of trees were the wolves. Why? Because they took care of the animals that had no respect for the plants. We don't need elk, bison, antelopes. Human beings, we finished them already, called bushmeat. Yeah, we finished them already. Let the average person, poverty has reached a stage where let the average person just see anything move in the bush. Rat, squirrel, they've disappeared. When I was young, you would travel. You will always see some dead animal by the roadside. A dead snake, a dead armadillo. I remember seeing one on our road on the way to Kaduna. A dead this, a dead that, a dead antelope, a dead... I'm not saying I like to see dead animals, but the fact that even cars at night can't kill animals just tells you, where have they gone? The wolves were trying to protect the environment and the plants because they are the primary producers of food in our food pyramid. Now, as humans, we destroy trees and plants more effectively than any number of antelopes, bison, elk, buffaloes, elephant. We do a much better job at it. And we've got nobody to control us. Unless you have human beings who can start to behave like the lions. Unless we have organizations such as Clean Technology Hub, the Nigerian Environmental Society, and individuals who are ready to regulate our behavior and help us realize that it is to our own detriment when we destroy our society. In Arabic, they have over 100 words for lion. When you hear the name Asad, it's lion. When you hear the name Haidar, it's lion. When you hear the name Usama, it's lion. When you hear the name Hamza, lion. Like they just continue, just lion. Slightly gray lion, adult lion, this type of, just all lion. But there's not a single lion still moving around in that part of the world. When you read poetry and stories, or they look at cave paintings in the Middle East, they had lions, they had everything there. They had forests. But it seems what happened or was about to happen in Yellowstone Park is what happened there. People had an appetite for killing lions. Just like wolves that are keystone species, lions are another keystone species. They have a disproportionate impact on ecology and the environment. Well, people started to hunt the lions until they had finished all the lions. Nobody else to control the ibexes and the antelopes and the gazelles. No other species to control the mountain goats. So guess what happened? Yes. They chopped every plant and converted that place into a complete desert. There's not a single river in Saudi Arabia. As we come back home to Nigeria, we've already heard about the problems of deforestation. And the problems that have already been mentioned by some of the earlier speakers, where competition for the little remaining grass is creating conflicts between farmers and herders. And if you look at what does the farm mean to the farmer, this is a person with no other bank account somewhere. This is his whole livelihood. For him to hear that there's a cow in my plot of land, every hour spent by cattle in this person's farm is like 1 month or 2 months of food being destroyed for my family. How will that person not overreact? But the same thing for the nomadic farmer. That's his whole bank account. That's his livelihood security. But when you say, why don't they have firewood? Why do they keep chopping the trees and everything? Well, the population is increasing. What do you expect? The educated have not made sure that the less educated are educated enough. The Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, said society is like a ship with an upper deck and a lower deck. And the leadership usually occupy the upper deck. And if the people of the lower deck want essential needs for life, like water, they ask the people of the upper deck for help, and they are helped. But if the people of the upper deck refuse basic needs to the people of the lower deck, the people of the lower deck are not just going to stay and starve. They have to find creative ways of solving their problems. So what do? They think with their own level of understanding. Well, simple solution. There's water under us, right? So they make a hole, and everybody drowns. If we don't care about the poor, they will find their ways. If we don't make legitimate sources of income available, we don't care about their rights to land, we don't care about what's going on, they will find their ways. And unfortunately, many of these are not legitimate. I would conclude on reminding us we're currently already building a trans-Saharan pipeline nearly 4,000 kilometers long from Warri, going through Algeria, then into the Italian area, and then through Spain into Europe. They don't cut their trees. They protect their trees. Why would we send gas there? I'm not against it. But through the Sahara, where people are cutting down trees, can't we find very creative ways of using this gas also, not instead of, also for our own people? Can't we find better policies for protecting trees? We built dams on the various rivers that flow into Lake Chad and blocked water from going. And now Lake Chad has gone down by up to 90% of its original level compared to where it was in 1960. Yes, we do have religious crises, But I have never come across a religious crisis where there was ideology without a grievance. Yeah. Every time you hear liberation theology of any form, go and check, what is theology doing there? It's people trying to use religion, race, tribe, to try and see how to balance some rights they were denied. Whether these are real or perceived is a separate issue. But let's not be too quick to look at every problem that sounds religious as religious without looking at the grievance and what really is hurting people at the core. In the Quran and in the Bible, we are told about a man of God who tried to guide and save his people, but who were very cruel. But that man of God, it's interesting, it's actually in the Hindu scriptures also. He's called Manu, which is a respectful word for Nuh or Noah. And when people would not accept guidance, what did God ask him to do? In modern language, save biodiversity. You can't guide people, can't help people, help the environment. It would be a mistake for us to think God is our fan. That God cares about us if we don't care about what he cares about. And that prayer will solve problems when you're not even doing, like, in Islam there's what they call the dua of the mazlum, the prayer of the oppressed. And every Muslim scholar, just ask him, what is it? Tell me about the prayer of the oppressed. And he will tell you, the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, said, God would answer the prayer of an oppressed person irrespective of his religion, even if he was an idol worshipper. I think there's a lot religious leaders can do within their circles of influence to tell truth to power, to try and deal with people who want to turn every problem into religious, instead of getting the government and our political leadership to do the things they are supposed to do. The moment you say it's religious, when it's not, wrong diagnosis means wrong prescription. So the need to really appreciate good research, good data, good diagnosis, so that if there's a problem that's really tribal, let's identify it. If it's an indigenous settler problem, because we're going to have more as people migrate, you will get more settlers. And as you have conflict, the first people to get out of a conflict zone are the entrepreneurs. The first people to get out of Igbo area, Hausa area, Yoruba, to go somewhere else. They are the entrepreneurs, those who are ready to get out of their comfort zones. Whether it's in the Kikuyu, in the Rift Valley and the problems there, if it's Zimbabwe, South Africa and the whites, if it's Tamil in Sri Lanka, wherever, Jews in Germany, Chinese in Indonesia, the list continues. The moment you have migrants who have come, who are more industrious, they're usually minorities. But the moment anywhere a minority starts to thrive better than the average in the majority, envy against the settler, unless you have rule of law to protect everybody. And so my prayer is that we continue to put pressure on government. We continue to work as civil society organizations, NGOs, and faith-based organizations to make sure that most of our population does not continue to behave like the antelopes. And that this organization, Clean Technology Hub, and its partners will be the lions that are critical in restoring greater balance and a society where we can really not just care about our own needs, but manage ourselves such that we are able to meet the needs we have while preserving those of future generations. Thank you for your attention and your patience. Good day.
I think there should be more to that applause, where it's coming from. To our first keynote speaker, Sheikh Nuruddin Lemu. Quite a lot he has mentioned, and I'm sure we saw his agriculture background come through in the lecture that came forward from him. Quite a lot of learning, but I think the most important thing is that we have a role to play in helping the environment, and that is why we are here. There is a balance that needs to be met, and where we meet that balance, we'll definitely see the environment thrive. Where there is no balance, we'll definitely have issues of conflict and the fragility that we are talking about today. Thank you once again, sir. We appreciate your thoughts and, of course, the kind words shared. We move on right now to our second keynote address, which is titled Conflict, Fragility, and Development. And this will be delivered by a man who is one of Nigeria's foremost public intellectuals. He's delivered numerous lectures, written a wide range of books and scores. He always does this when I'm talking about him. He is the founder of the Kuka Center and the convener of the National Peace Committee. Please give it up for Most Reverend Matthew Hassan Kuka, the Catholic Bishop of Sokoto Diocese.
She's my favorite daughter, and he knows that very well. Let me stand on existing protocols and thank you so very much for organizing this event, Efi. And actually, I thank you even more for calling Dr. Nuruddin to speak before me. Because I have actually learned a lot. I didn't know that he read agriculture, but of course, if you know Nuruddin very well, he read almost everything. So, but thank you very much. It was most eloquent. I had the names of animals I have never had and never seen. But I know that at least going around the United States, they tell you that if you could go to jail for injuring a squirrel. And the reason why the Americans love the squirrel is that, you know, whenever it eats its fruit, it doesn't swallow the seed, but it digs the ground and hides it. And after some time, it doesn't remember where it hid it, and it grows up as a tree. Now, these commonsensical issues are at the heart of our conversation. But I'll take a more cynical view, in part because I'm really sorry that the representative of Lai Mohammed is not here. Because what we had is the problem that we have when leaders are not as informed as they ought to be about the problems around them and about the people around them. And I'm not saying that his representative or he himself is not well informed, but the distortions and the misrepresentations in how the federal government saw this conflict really added to the complexity of the problem. And we must address the fact that we are stuck in Nigeria with a very serious problem. You know, if you take your car to a mechanic, you will see evidence that he has been trained, the tailor, and so on and so forth, almost everybody. You can't go, if you open a restaurant, you must have trained somewhere. You know, and every profession, you have to have a certificate. You know, the reason why we're in a very dangerous place in Nigeria is that politics is the only profession, you don't need a qualification to be in politics. And it has come to us at great cost. Now, when we were in the seminary, there's a friend of mine, he's a few years behind me as a priest. And his name is Father Emmanuel, but very few priests call him Emmanuel. They call him Father in Charge. Because he was just given a small appointment as a student in the seminary. And everywhere you turn, he would say, I'm in charge, I'm in charge. So students began to call him. Up till today, he's being called Father in Charge. You ask yourself, people in leadership, what are they really in charge of? In 1999, when Obasanjo set up the Ministry for Environment, in fact, my brother, the Damasaning Graba, was trying to help me find the name of the minister. He's somebody I was quite friendly with. I'm embarrassed I can't remember his name. But he was a very prominent man. I don't know where he's gone to now. He's more or less not very much in circulation. Very exposed, very educated, also quite a wealthy man who came into the PDP with, quite some resources. But he was appointed Minister for Environment, and I know the reaction. I know the reaction of many Nigerians. What did you do to President Obasanjo? First of all, nobody had heard of a Ministry for Environment. And of course, after he was yanked off that ministry, it became more or less like a Ministry for Women Affairs. Mrs. Eswene was there, Mrs. Melafia, Mrs. Malam, and then of course Amina Mohammed didn't stay long enough to give it the kind of, but it was largely because in a predominantly male society like this, I'm sure when they are making appointments, they look around Ministry of Environment, there's nothing there, so ask a woman to go there. Now the result of our carelessness has caught up with us. Some people who went to prison, as you know, until recently, some of the crimes for which politicians were before EFCC were crimes relating to the fact that governors had stolen huge resources from ecological funds. So you know, this federal government set up an ecological fund to which huge resources were being sunk, and nothing happened. It became the playground for the governors. Nothing has happened. Nobody has gone to prison. My brother, I live in Sokoto. One of my friends who retired from the ministry he was involved with this tree planting business. And he came to my house to say goodbye to me. And he said to me, look, they were talking about, if you remember, a few years ago, they were talking about the green wall. Talking about the green wall. Again, resources were put down. Nobody knows where the resources are. The wall is neither green nor blue because it's not there. So this gentleman said to me, and I'm sorry because what you said really struck me, but he said, and I really admired him, he said, what we are doing, because, we have a revenue mobilization agency, and that guy told me, the governors, you go there, you negotiate your way. They give you a lot of money for ecological fund, depending on how you can persuade them. Said that, but the governor, we in the north, we persuade them that desert is coming or desert is coming. Then they bring the money. And the guy said, if desert were traveling the way these people are talking, desert would have passed Lokoja. But we are still standing here. Now, our problem is compounded by the fact that we cannot process the knowledge properly, even when it's been processed. And at the heart of this conversation is about the fact that you have a people who have turned governance into purely and simply instruments for self-enrichment. And that the processes of the allocation of opportunities, appointments of people into ministries, up till today, nobody in Nigeria is ever appointed to a ministry because anybody has looked at his CV. And the more important the ministry is, the less likely it is that you're going to have the right people, because people start Ministry of Works, of Power, where is the money? Now, we've had a long time ago, Lake Chad has gotten to where it is now. Father George probably remembers his name. I forget his name. Our friend who used to come to us in the Catholic Secretariat, St. Chayo, the director of the Institute for Oceanography or something. They said, they've been talking about every year they say flood. The guy said, he's been writing reports, they've been telling government this is what is happening. The government is not interested. Up till today, our people are still dying. I was here yesterday. I'm here today. I may be here tomorrow because one of my daughters is presenting doing what do they call it in the academia, inaugural lecture. But yesterday we had a very interesting conversation over the whole question of why is it that reforms are failing in Nigeria? Why are reforms failing? You have in Nigeria, a friend of mine, he's dead now, but we were together in English, an Englishman. He published a lovely little book. It's not a big book, but it's quite provocative. He titled it Africa Works. His subtitle is The Instrumentalization of Failure in Africa. The point he was making was, here we are, where the things we consider to be failure, because in this conversation yesterday, for 50 years, we're still unable to generate power. The money still going. And the question to ask is, why are we dying so that others may live? Why are we dying so that others may live? The situation of fragility, my argument is that, first of all, I don't know, it's a cause, an effect, or a consequence. I think the concept paper you gave me created the impression that conflict is the cause of fragility. I don't believe that. I think fragility is the cause of conflict. And what do we mean by fragility? During the COVID, the argument seemed to be very profound that a lot of people caught COVID, but those who died during that time were largely people that had underlying ailments. People caught COVID, they went in, they came out. But if you had an underlying ailment. So for me, the structural deformity that makes the Nigerian state predisposes us to both conflict and fragility. If you build on a fragile environment, it has consequences. So for me, the other issue that I think we need to address is that when you have even if it's a human body, you know what the medical people call pulmonary thrombosis, that is, you can die from when your heart is not receiving enough blood flow. So you have a country where some of our arteries are being blocked because the body can no longer function for the simple reason that the distribution of blood is not in the same way that you can use that as a metaphor to say that this country is standing where it is standing. It's neither standing nor sitting nor kneeling, precisely because the processes of distribution of what we need to be functional as a country is so skewed. And the worrying thing about all of this is that it is programmed, it is structured. Because we're not dealing with a country where you say, okay, and yesterday I was reading out something, which I think is still in my notebook, where a classmate of mine from the Kennedy School is now the Prime Minister of Singapore. And early last year, he was appointed, because the process is seamless. And Lee Kuan Yew put in place a seamless process of transition. He won election in 1969 and didn't step down until he was too old. But even at that, and he contested and won every election. And then when he was too old, even at that point, he wanted his son to succeed him, but the son was not ready. But again, he now appointed a prime minister was elected, but then he maintained a position as mentor minister. That is, he had to mentor this guy, and the guy had a deadline marked. He was to be there for 5 years. In 5 years' time, his son was ready, his son took over. Now his son's period is over. This my classmate is now. So when I heard about it, I was very excited. And there were two of them from Singapore who were in my class. And the president who just left, he went to also the same program with us at the Kennedy School. So I called the other Lawrence. Both of them are called Lawrence. I said, congratulations. He has been appointed, not through election, because they are running the parliamentary system. But part of the reason why our system has become so convoluted and confusing is that in the parliamentary system, which would have been much easier for you really vote for the party, not for an individual. The leader of party becomes the prime minister. So even for him to become prime minister, there was no election. The party had won election. 15 people went into a room and decided to cast vote among themselves, and he got the highest votes. But then my friend said, oh, wait first, because this is what we do in Singapore before you become president. So he's there, he's president in waiting. But they have to send his records. I'll read out what they have to check for. 1, has there been a public, because people now have to go to newspaper, whether you are in secondary school, wherever, your records have to, they put you through a screen. Has there been a public complaint against you? Maybe whether you were a teacher or a banker, whatever. 1. 2, have you been summoned by the police for a traffic offense? 3, in your records, is there can anybody say that you have, maybe whether you were in school or you were at work, out of anger, you issued a racial abuse against somebody? But like me now, like in northern Nigeria, Muslims say, because I'm not a Muslim, I'm kafir, I'm an infidel. That will count against you. It doesn't matter who makes the allegation. 4, have you been accused of bribery, giving somebody or collecting? Whether you pay to pass WAEC at a miracle center or whatever, that will come out. Then, have you appeared in court? That is not be said they found you guilty or not guilty. Have you appeared in court? The case against you. And then next, have you been accused of tax fraud? Then, is there evidence in your record that you have abused power? So they will go back. Whether you are a bank, it doesn't matter where you've come from. They'll go back and check your records. And then finally, when they finish all this, they now pass your information to the CIA, to the FBI, and to Interpol to check. In case when you were in Japan, you did something that you think everybody has forgotten, bam. Now, in Nigeria, hit and miss. But let me come back to our conversation, because when we're making all this we're comparing oranges and coconut, as if we think it's that the basis of fragility. There are state fragility indices, but the 3 of them are critical, which is, what is the quality of authority of the government? Authority and power are not the same thing. People are exercising power without authority. And you can see the manifestation of someone. When you hear a policeman say, get out, sit down, you hear from all the. When a man is speaking without, he has the power, he doesn't have the authority. And authority is not just a moral thing, it's about character, it's about what are you internally comfortable with yourself. Does the Nigerian state possess the requisite moral authority to command the loyalty, the allegiance of citizens? Because and for those of you who are parents, there are many children, if people will think about, a child may be studying in China or whatever, it doesn't matter how far it is. But if that child has been brought up by a parent with certain restrictions that become inbuilt, that child may be told to go to a discotheque or may be offered a drink. The mother is not there, nobody is there. Other girls are saying, this is, come on, be modern, you've left your mother. She would know. Her mother may be sleeping. Question is, will my mother approve of this? So, you ask yourself, why do people live in such flagrant disobedience to law? You ask people to plant trees. Nobody is interested. Because the state no longer has, if the state does not have the moral capacity to literally command obedience, whether it is, and you can see it in how people behave. It's not a question of that the President Tinubu is asking you to do. No, it's not President Tinubu that is asking you to disobey the traffic light. He's not the one that is asking you to shout at somebody somewhere. He's not the one that is asking you to enter. He's not responsible for the fight in the park. But all of that struggle, an environment of scarcity, induced by the tremendous suffering that are also induced by a neglected state that is in a state of neglect. has meant that because the state itself and its authority are in suspended animation, people are making their own laws as they go along. And that's why we become a nation of people who are just able to, it's a survival of the fittest. The second, which is closely related, is does the state have the capacity to enforce its will? And I'm not talking about state enforcement of the will of the state. Again, you can, when you see a man with a cat or a dog, he says to his dog, hey, the dog stops. Sit down. The dog sits down. Stand up. The dog stands down. Come. The dog comes. So it's not about giving order. It's about the interpretation of that order. And as you can see, even if you take something as basic as corruption in Nigeria, every corrupt Nigerian has a sense of righteousness. You cannot use the Bible to condemn corruption. You can't use the Quran to condemn corruption. Because in the existential realities around which people live, what is it? Every thief will tell you, is it this small thing that I'm taking, small 100,000? Where you they harass me for? Look Oga now. Oga go say, look Oga. Oga go say, look Oga until you go all the way to the top. You are asking me to plant tree. Oga no gree plant tree. Then, of course, closely related to that is what you call legitimacy. Legitimacy. What is legitimate? What is legitimacy? Legitimacy is built on the state's ability to enforce or to bring about an aggregate of issues. So a husband and a wife, what is it that makes a husband the legitimate head of the family? Things are simple. Now, I was in Rwanda last week, was it 2 weeks? Yeah, about 2 weeks ago, just as they were finishing their election. And some people were asking me, what are you going to do in Rwanda? Because the day I arrived was, I think, the day they announced the results, which Paul Kagame won 99.2%. So people who were saying to me, what are you doing in Rwanda? I said, no, I'm on a election monitoring mission because we want to find out who are these 0.07% idiots who didn't vote for Kagame. That's what I'm in Rwanda to find out. Who are they? But if you, I mean, I don't want to say I'm like envious of Rwanda, but the more you go to all these places, the more, I got there, I spent the first day, second, it was the third day that I remembered, it was around 9 p.m. I remembered that I have a friend in Rwanda. She was my classmate at the Kennedy School, but she was always in Washington. So I just called and she answered. So I said, Kathy, where are you? She said, I'm in Kigali. Where are you? I said, I'm in Kigali. She said, no, you are not serious. And I said, so can you take me around tomorrow? She said, no, I'm traveling very early tomorrow morning. So we just struck an agreement. She got dressed and quickly came to where I was staying. So she took me around. We drove around. It's not a big, it's a small city. But what struck me was, we're driving around 9:30. She said, let's go for dinner. I said, no, I don't want dinner. I've had dinner. Let's just drive around. And I'm looking, one of the things that struck me was, the quality of the little that they have. And I'm looking at young people, elderly people, middle-aged people, running around in curbs around that have been designed for exercise at almost 10 p.m. at night. I'm like, hello, these people don't know about banditry here. So we have found ourselves in a horrible place. Yet, the point to be made is that we must continue on this path of democracy, because Afrobarometer in their research, so they confirm that, look, 90% of Africans, 80% of Africans have signed on to a democracy. But our democracy is unable to deliver on the basic ingredients. Because the inability of our state to enforce even its own law. Citizens' reaction to law is based on the flagrant disregard to the law that they can see themselves. So whether it's a president or a governor who is driving past traffic lights, where are you going to get moral authority to tell your people to do things differently? Now, the protection of citizens is at the heart. And of course, you cannot protecting the environment has to, because the reason why people have they think this is just an extraordinary luxury to tell them to plant trees. Trees have always grown without us planting. What are you talking about? And in any case, we have come to the conclusion that the environment was meant to serve us, not us to serve the environment. So when Pope Francis, and I will mention him at the end, when he comes up with a document that is actually saying to us, well, hold on, people, hold on, hold on. God created the world before you came, and he gave you instructions. Now, the debate about the environment is a debate about human comfort and capital, whether you call it capitalism, and what can you regulate and what can you not regulate. But it's about the willingness of the powerful to domesticate, including human beings, all they require to be able to live the kind of lives that they want. And you see, the problem, of course, is that when you look at the amendment, I mean, the First Amendment of the American Constitution, because part of the problems that we're facing in terms of dealing with the issues of state fragility and violence and conflict, Nigerian democracy has no philosophical foundation. Okay, we're just cutting and pasting here and there, but there's no. Now, when you look at the foundations of democracy elsewhere, even if you start from Europe after the end of the Second World War, you know, the emergence of what you call the Christian democrats across Europe, which laid the foundation for the kind of values that became embedded in politics. All of this was based on the fact that these were people who had a certain belief that, and Konrad Adenauer, who became the longest serving chancellor of Germany, was a decent Catholic by any sense of the word. But he drew his inspiration after he read a document written, an encyclical written by the Pope, in 1891. And he looks at this document and says, what is this? Everything we need to organize politics around is here. As a result, he managed to be Chancellor of Germany for 16 years. He was the first person to stand up to. If you go to Cologne, those of you who have traveled, you go to Cologne, what you see in Cologne, modern Cologne, is actually part of his handiwork when he was mayor. The question is, what is the moral foundation of governance? Because if we don't have a moral basis for governance, then we now end up with this cowboy mentality in which you just smash and grab, you smash and grab. And politics, it has no foundation, it has no vehicular move. It's just a contraption, whatever can take you to this big table where you can, as Yar'Adua, my friend would say, enjoy on our behalf. So, the question of living in a fragile state raises other questions. At the highest level of security, somebody said to me, there are today in northern Nigeria not less than 250, almost 300,000 Kalashnikovs. People are armed. People are armed. Now, remember, towards the last days of Abacha's regime, I paid attention to a lot of these things. Towards the end of Abacha's regime, you could almost see, almost on a monthly basis, they were arresting people at Cotonou. They said, they were carrying weapons. We took our eyes off the ball. Now, we are not, the Americans, Europe took its inspiration, especially England, from the whole idea. The debate was between the philosophy of Thomas Hobbes. Thomas Hobbes believed that it is the business of the state to monopolize power. Monopolize violence. And you monopolize that violence on behalf of the state. So a man has a gun and whatever, but his children have no idea where it is. His wife probably doesn't even know. But he has all that. He's the only one who has access, so he can protect his family. And Thomas Hobbes called this the Leviathan. Now, John Locke came from a different perspective altogether, because he wanted to focus on the right and freedom of individuals. And he inspired the Americans. That's why you find that the First Amendment of the American Constitution, very first amendment, was on freedom of speech, freedom of association, freedom of the press, and all that stuff. But the Second Amendment was the right to bear arms. That is, every American citizen has the right to carry a gun. Of course, the result and the consequences were seen, but that's not the point. we've made a choice, which is that the Nigerian state can monopolize violence on our behalf. But today in Nigeria, those who monopolize that violence have over the years decided to distribute that violence or its monopoly to aggregate interest groups based on either ethnicity, religion, so on and so forth. So we now have a situation of all against all and none against the other. So the fragility of the Nigerian state has made it difficult for us to think through the issues of development. You take a very simple example, what people are saying. People cannot go back to the farm. The government cannot guarantee you your security. Now we're still talking about, and I don't want to go into the whole question of debate or not, the whole question of, what do you call it, protest or no protest, because that's a conversation for another day. Now, what's his name? Mo Ibrahim has what he called the development index, which he developed, and I'm very proud of the fact that I was part of the class that worked on that as a project at the Kennedy School. But they decided, how do you measure governance? How do you measure governance? You can measure governance as the quality of security of people. Do people feel secure? What is the quality of rule of law? Do people believe there is a rule guiding law and their behavior? What is the quality of human rights? What are people's access to justice? What are the opportunities? What is the level of accountability? What are the guardrails for fighting corruption? How strong are they? What are the principles of participation and inclusion? And what is the situation of health, education? These are the issues. And when you tick any of these boxes, you will find that Nigeria cannot courageously tick a box. So nobody needs to tell you the quality, that we're in a severely fractured state. However, the Nigerian Constitution has claims. Unfortunately, I believe that most of those who are governing us have not read the Constitution itself. But if you look at Chapter 2, and because we need to begin to address some of those things that talk to the possibilities, fundamental objective and directive principles of state policy. My favorite, of course, everybody's favorite is Chapter 2. But look at the things that are said in Chapter 2. It says adequate facilities for the free mobility of citizens. Okay? The Constitution is not today, even though they say 1999, but it has been with us since the beginning. All this, because we just copied and pasted India, whatever, all of these things are basically the same in every constitution. And of course, the full residence rights of citizens. This gentleman here was talking about all the wonderful things happening in Kwara and him and writing his sermon in. Well, that's fine. But that's not from where some of us stand. The stories are different. And you measure the strength of a chain by the weakest link. To be a Christian and to be a minority in northern Nigeria, no be small thing. To be a Muslim and to be a minority, maybe in the other parts of Nigeria, no be small thing. Because identity constructions are now being designed as weapons of oppression and terror, whether you are numerically disadvantaged, whatever the case may be. Now, for example, I live in northern Nigeria. Last week there was a seminar on, I wanted to attend it, I didn't end up attending it, but it was a virtual seminar on the whole question of the capturing, as we said it, Christian girls who are now being caught here and they are literally forced into marriages across northern Nigeria. May be happening elsewhere, but this is a specific problem. My brothers in the north, I talk to them, my Muslim brother, they tell me, we Muslims can marry Christian girls, but you Christian cannot marry from us. I had the former governor of Lagos State, Fashola. He came, he addressed us. Esunupe was there, Sultan was there, all of us were there. When he finished, the northern people were looking at him shocked. Because he was talking about himself and he said, this religion you're talking about, me, I'm a Muslim. My father is a Muslim, my mother is a Catholic. Out of the family, I was the only one or two of us became Muslim with our father, but the other people are Catholics. My wife is a Catholic, don't have a problem. My children were baptized, no problem. When they grew up, after they turned 18, I told my wife, I'm carrying them to the Holy Land so that I will show them what I believe in. At this point, they can decide what they want to be. Our state is too fragile to enforce the right in its own constitution, where you are told that we are to ensure national stability and national integration. The Constitution, section 15, subsection 3 says we are to encourage intermarriages among persons from different places of origin, different religions, different ethnic groups, different linguistic associations. That's what the Constitution says. A fragile state that does not cross the threshold of allowing human freedom and people to, because you marry, I tell people, and sometimes I think maybe I'm just being stupid, because I have officiated, I have encouraged young girls to marry people who are Muslim, because I say you fall in love with a man, not a religion. But the traffic is static at the other end. So what kind of integration are we going to have? Because like the saying goes, you will not throw a stone in the market. Be careful until you know your mother is at home. So I want to end, because this conversation that we are having, yesterday when I was here, I told them, I said, you've done this fantastic research, but there is no component of culture. Because the scene of the crime about what is happening in Nigeria today, you can locate it. We must ask ourselves, how did northern Nigeria come to be this? So it's not when somebody like Lai Mohammed says, hey, this is not about religion. After all, they are killing Muslims. They are also killing Christians. Oh, I say, don't tell me that. The fact that your son is a thief and I report him, don't tell me, oh, he's also stealing from me. That's not the point. It is not the point. So that these characters are burning mosques and burning churches, no. The chickens just came home. Because in Zaria, there was a time in Zaria, in 1990, over 100 churches were burned. They've been burning churches since 1987, consistently. So this issue is not enough to say it's not about religion. That's not the issue. The issue is, how did we allow religion to be dragged into the space to the point that it is now being instrumentalized? And of course, like I said, unless we begin to freely pay attention to the realities of the social thinking in the Constitution about how we can become a united nation, a country, will remain a fragile country. And I want to end again by please excuse me. Pope Francis published Laudato Si. There are two critical things. The first is what the Catholic Catechism calls universal destination of goods. And it's in our Catholic Catechism, number 2430. That is that all that God has created belongs to all of us. And he says it remains primordial, and even if the promotion of the common good requires respect for the right to private property of every citizen. So state fragility is built into a society that practices inequalities. This whole debate we're having about herdsmen, I'm sure some of you saw the judgment delivered by Adewale Thompson in 1969, April 17, 1966. No, 1969, when in Abeokuta. When he said, the issue was, the Fulani man's cow were moving around somebody's farm. The man went to court. They said, no, go and fence your farm if you don't want cows to. 1969. The judge said, Judge Adewale Thompson, he said, it is unreasonable and repugnant to natural justice and equity and good conscience. Therefore, it is unagreeable. That is, that you should tell a man to go and tell the owner of the cows to fence his cows. Why do you assume that cows can move in any direction, including my farm? They started killing people. They killed a cousin of mine way back in 1977. So this thing you are talking about now, we've been living with it. That is, a Fulani man believes you talk, he can kill you. Not a problem at all. You have nothing to say. This has been the culture. It is that somehow it is a mistake that our farms are on a path where cows are supposed to be passing. Now we're having a debate about Ministry for Livestock. The question now is, what does that ministry really mean? And who is going to head that ministry? Because what is going to happen is that they will probably just say, I see Beiti Allah already talking. So that means it doesn't matter. This is a ministry for either Fulani affairs or cow affairs. But the same people have been saying these cows don't belong to only Fulani. So it may be a good idea to turn all this into economics. Because at the end, that's where we should be heading. But if you turn it into economics, then it means we must be looking for professors with the required competency who understand animals, who understand animal husbandry, who understand what this whole thing is about. It's not about allocation of position simply because it's not a ministry of cows. It's a point that must be made. And finally, in Laudato Si, Pope Francis said that to resolve most of these problems, he said, look, it is unreasonable. Pope Francis says, the human environment, the current global situation engenders a feeling of instability and uncertainty within the larger society. When people become self-centered and self-enclosed, their greed increases. And then, of course, he ends up by saying, the emptier a person's heart is, the more likely it is that he would need more things to buy, more things to own, and more things to consume. And therefore, he leaves us with 7 articles from Laudato Si, almost like the Millennium Development Goals. We should listen to the cry of the earth, listen to the cry of the poor, embark on ecological economics, embark on simple lifestyle, embark on ecological education, embark on ecological spirituality, and make community participation a pathway for ensuring the end of fragility and the consolidation of the state for development. Thank you very much.
Please, let's keep clapping until he gets to his seat. We're grateful, my Lord Bishop, Most Reverend Matthew Hassan Kuka, Catholic Bishop of Sokoto Diocese and the founder of the Kuka Center, for the thoughts that you have shared, bringing it all forward from the global perspective and bringing it in to our climb and what exactly we are faced with. And of course, charging way forward, or ways forward for each and every one of us and our responsibilities to the environment. We're grateful to you, my Lord, and thank you so much for sharing. We move on very swiftly to a very brief exercise that will happen right now. But before then, let me just introduce Honorable Saidu Ahmed, Senior Technical Assistant Research and Strategy to the Honorable Minister of Information and National Orientation. You're welcome, sir. Thank you so much for joining us. Please, a round of applause for him. And would also like to recognize our online audience. This event is actually a hybrid. We're here, and there's so many others who have joined us online. We recognize and welcome you for joining us. So on the screen right now, we have a QR code, and this is a Mentimeter survey, just to measure the impact of all that you have heard so far and how things have gone. So if we can have that code on the screen right now, just use your phone and open up that code, and please respond to the question. Team, are we ready? Can we have that, please, quickly? Because time is far spent. We need to get to our fireside chat. Are we ready? Okay, looks like we're having a bit of a challenge with that. Can I have an indication that we're ready, or do we move on? Thank you. Oh, okay, the code is there. Thank you. All right, so please just use your phone and take that code, and let's just quickly answer the question. Okay. Can't do it. I hope there's no one passing his or her phone to another person to help out, and I'm sure we can all do this. So the question is up, and I would like you to please answer the question. I guess it's just one question, right? And I believe we should be done with that now. I'm done. I hope you are too. It's a wrong survey? No, let's see. No, it's the right question, I see. So the question is, did the keynote address inspire you to take action on the issues discussed? Yeah, I hope that's a question we can all see. Great. So, response is yes, somewhat, no. So please submit after that. Thank you so much. I guess we're all done, right? Okay. I still see a few phones up, but it's okay. Right, so we're going to our fireside chat, and this is going to be a chat for just 15 minutes, and it's a chat between friends, incidentally. And they're just going to kind of summarize, indeed, the thoughts that have been shared here so far. And I'm so glad to invite one who is very, very particular about the environment. And one of his favorite quotes that he also shared in church on Sunday, last Sunday, is a quote by Jerome Lejeune that says, "Only God truly forgives, man sometimes forgives, nature never forgives." He is one who is passionate about this space and, of course, has a lot to share. He will be moderating this very brief fireside chat, and I'm so honored and glad to invite the Executive Director of the Luke Sterrett Leadership Foundation, Reverend Father George Ehusani, to introduce his friends for this chat. Please, let's give him a warm round of applause. Thank you.
presentation, we heard about the level of governance, fragility, failed governance, or no governance at all, really. The fact that Bishop Musa queried very seriously the authority of the people who govern us to command loyalty, to say plant trees, and people will run to go and plant trees. The absence of such quality of persons in power at local or state or national level, that is a problem for all of us. So if there is no governance, all the treaties that Nigeria has signed, well, all the international protocols that Nigeria is signatory to concerning the environment, I mean, little Gambia here today, you cannot see plastic bags. Go to Banjul in Gambia. There are no plastic bags in Gambia. But every little store in this country, even when I refuse to take plastic bags, they are forcing it into my hand. I buy biscuits and they want to give me, I say, no, I don't need it. I can just, they say, no, take it. Because of the lack of governance, no laws. So let me ask, Nuri, where do we go from here? How do we, because perhaps technology is one of the dimensions of our problem, the kind of technology we run, but they have also said, and it is clear in the documents of Pope Francis that Bishop quoted from, they also said that the same technology that led us where we are in that measure, that technology can help us. So how do you see technology as helping to reverse the only place where we are today?
Number one, I think, is the recognition that technology would always, I'm not sure always, but has so far been a servant of humanity. And if you care about good, then it's a very, very powerful instrument for good. If you don't care, it's a very powerful destructive instrument. So just to give an example of just that. Less than 1% of the nuclear weapons human beings have amassed so far, less than 1% is enough to destroy life on Earth. You would wonder, how did we even get to having up to 1%? So on the question of where can change come, religious tradition has always presented change as inside out. The Quran says God does not change the condition of a people until they are ready to change what is within themselves. And I think this is one role religious institutions have always played, to focus on the condition of the heart, to focus on getting people to be better human beings. Having said that, it's not enough to expect people to all be good. We have developed laws and the idea of rule of law because there are some people who don't care about the rule of law. And so I think one critical role is for us to find systems, as has existed in other countries. The Honorable Bishop has given us examples of Singapore, to start looking at systems. And the question is, where do we start? I think we start with our circle of influence. One of those books I found really, really useful has been The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People by Stephen Covey, a book I will continue to recommend. That if you focus on your circle of influence, you will become more influential. And things you had no influence over will gradually come within your circle of influence. Who knew who would be the next Prime Minister or President of Singapore when that person was still a friend of Bishop Kuka at the Kennedy School? But that relationship allows somebody in Nigeria to have some influence. And if that relationship was managed well, probably a significant influence on the kind of person who will be leading another country. So 2 things. Number 1, systems. Not just trusting moral agency of good people. That is important. We can't stop that. People's compass and moral compass, however, would sometimes lose its polarity. But we need systems to make sure that when good people leave a position, it is difficult to unravel everything. So when it comes to where to start, I think start with yourself, start with your family. What do you have influence over, and how do you grow in that influence by focusing on the area of influence? Otherwise, you get distracted by things you have no influence over.
Bishop, I'm surprised you did not mention your long experience with the Niger Delta, the Ogoni issues that you worked with. Because it is related. In fact, what happened in Ogoni land is what is happening across the country. So, how do you see the nexus, and I'm talking about the nexus between climate challenges and conflict? How do you see what happened in Niger Delta, where you were very active for many years, that this is what is happening now across the country, and the role of good governance, the place of rule of law and good governance?
Thank you very much. Well, thank you very much. I'm happy that you are a sheikh now, and you are a friend of the son. It was his father who was my friend, so I dash him to you. I can understand. So his father was a great friend of mine. But to come back, look, maybe what I can do is on a commercial level to recommend that you read my book, Witness to Reconciliation, because I talked about the whole question of my experience in Ogoni land. It was in an abridged form. But let me tell you, very often, ordinary people are not as innocent as they seem. This is not a question of oppressors, and no. Because when I got into Ogoni land, luckily I did a little bit of work, put a panel and so on. When I got into Ogoni land, it was very interesting to see that the multinational corporation, specifically here, Shell, had developed, I guess, they now call it corporate social responsibility. Vocabulary continues to change, but the essence is the same one. Pacification. And at that level, what they were doing was pacifying the elite. At the end, and you know, ruling classes have a way of co-option. So when they co-opt minorities, they try to convince you that, you know, you are not like your people, you know, you're not, and you begin to like the sound of your voice. So you begin to get little crumbs. So, and anecdotally, it's the incident of sitting with young people and say, look, so what do you think is the problem? Because Shell was saying to me, look, the problem is that we didn't cause this, it is vandalization. And that people were breaking the pipelines and doing all kinds of incredible things. You know, the system has become quite sophisticated now, in which people are running their own local pipelines into their homes and so on. While we were even doing some of the environmental survey, people had the prospects that there might be compensation. Villagers began to actually deliberately cause oil spill around their farms, hoping that they will be able to take advantage of. So people are not really, so you had elite complicity, which fed on multinational corporations helping the elite, and the elite helping their people. And as you know, ordinary people in our village, the people in our villages are satisfied with their condition. Let me put it that way. They just say that those of us who are in Abuja, just keep enjoying on our behalf. And we believe that those of you in Abuja, this is an area where the band of thieves are. Let our own thieves just participate in this process. So the environmental conversation under Jonathan, as you see in my book, it got stalled in the sense that Desiani had our own ideas about what should be done. Then, of course, Jonathan wanted something that was going to take the whole of the Niger Delta. And I said, look, this is where I was assigned to. But if we can use Ogoni as a metaphor. But of course, you know, minority politics was playing itself out and so on and so forth. And I remember talking to President Jonathan when I said, look, Oga, the way you people are dealing with this thing is like they stole my car. And when I reported to the police, you are saying, until they find the cars of all the people who have lost their cars in this community, I can't get back my car. The Ogoni people are the ones who made most noise. If we can get it right in Ogoni land, it will roll over. Now, the rest of what you're seeing now, a lot has happened. A lot has happened. But there is a bit of it that also feeds on ignorance. And here, and I don't want to drag the argument too long, but if you go back The British discovered oil in 1956. Nigeria was not yet independent. And I think part of that design, when you get a certificate of occupancy, they tell you it's for 99 years. But the British did it out of self-interest. So when you say we are taking this land from here to Gwagwalada or whatever for 99 years, it means that whatever noise we are making, 99 years, it's not yet 99 years since the British left. So we found ourselves, and up till today, the inability of our people to enforce certain regulations, just like you rightly said. They've signed all the papers at the international level, but to domesticate them, the elite are not interested. It is well, my friend Amina Mohammed went up to something higher, but had she remained for a while as a minister for the environment, our conversation would have been completely different. She was extraordinarily brilliant. She understood the issues, and I thought her appointment, and that really ought to be that offices like the Ministry for the Environment should not be. I'm not saying anything against the current. I don't even know who the current minister is, but I'm just saying that such sensitive positions, you must come to the table with a certain level of knowledge of the technical arguments and so on. Because even in Ogoni land, people were collecting contracts, and they will go and load a truck with sand and come and throw. This was what they call cleanup of people were making a lot of money just doing that. So it's we have made some progress, but the progress is very slow because there is a lack of political will to push the arguments further.
Thank you. Back to you, Lodi. You did say during your presentation that this is about education. The ignorance among the majority of people is a serious challenge. The educated have not made sure that the less educated are educated enough, how to grasp the issues we're talking about the environment. Then you have this dimension that critical ministries, taking from where Shehu connected, critical ministries like Ministry of Environment, Ministry of National Planning, are seen in political circles as the ministry. And they are not giving the attention that it deserves to ensure that the highly qualified people who know about data, who know about facts and figures and so on and so forth, are put in charge. Now, what can we do going forward as a country? What kind of pressures can come from the people? The last few weeks in this country show that those who run our affairs know that the power is in the hands of the people. The fear, the anxiety, that the panic that I have seen in government circles in the last 3 weeks show that they know that the power is in the hands of the people. So what can the people do to ensure that those who run our affairs get to know that the right people should be put in the right places and not just to give job to the voice? What can we do? And yes, job for yes. They say the voice work for the girls. That's right.
That's how the girls get marginalized. Unfortunately, the nature of wicked problems is there's no simple solution. And it has to be everybody do what you can from your own angle. So education is definitely important. But if you look at the level of education of some of our leaders, but not just Nigeria, anywhere in the world, where you find some despotic, selfish, it's not ignorance. You don't say they didn't go to school. It's just no will, no moral authority. So there's that. There is the ignorance, because if people understood better how their actions were creating problems for themselves, they would probably have more people warning them, more people. You have a lot of religious leaders who have absolutely not a clue regarding what's going on in the environment. But not just that. We've got people in engineering who you would have thought these are the people using the machinery to destroy a lot of environment, who are also clueless about the environment. But you don't say they are uneducated, just unfortunately not aware of the impact of what they're doing. For every major civil engineering activity, anything you're going to establish, there's supposed to be an environmental impact assessment. But very, very many unqualified people, and you just pay to avoid an environmental impact assessment. And even if it is done, and there's an environmental impact assessment, and you breach some environmental something, and just Mina, go anywhere. Look at any place where somebody has said they have established a pharmaceutical industry and ask, where's the waste going? Yeah, it's just going into a gutter, and when it rains, it goes into the stream, into the river, and who does what? Who's drinking that water downstream? And when it gets leached into the soil, who has wells or boreholes nearby and is drinking that water? What some countries have tried to do is to make sure they have think tanks that ensure good practice is put into policy and people respect that. To just give one simple example. The most common pesticide used for controlling termites, rats, any pest in agriculture is carbofuran, commonly called furadan. You can buy it as pellets, you can buy it as powder, you can buy it as liquid. This is also, when we use the word pesticide, in your head, it means it kills pests. Okay? In reality, it kills anything that that consumes it. When you throw the pellets, they look like guinea corn. One grain taken by a bird will kill it. 1 teaspoon, the one you just use to mix your tea, and just 1 teaspoon is enough to kill 4 adult human beings. Just to give you an idea of how toxic this is. But this is the most common pesticide we use. But because of poverty, this issue of, is it the fragility creating the problem? So this chicken and the egg and the interrelationship between the two. But because of the level of poverty we have, and I'll just use this as one example, our desire for bushmeat has made people go into all our game reserves, from Yankari to Kainji, every game reserve looking for bushmeat. These people are called poachers. What do? They set traps, they hunt and kill animals. So they kill an elephant. I think the last count is we have less than 40 lions in Nigeria, across this whole country. I think it was 36 or 32 was the last number. So you kill an elephant or you kill whatever it is that you're going to use as your bushmeat. The forest has an alarm system, and the alarm system is vultures. Vultures immediately go into the air and circulate because they are waiting for you to go before they come down for their food. Park rangers, the moment they see vultures circulating, they know, okay, somebody has killed an animal, let's go and see how to catch. So the people who are looking for their bushmeat or tusks or whatever it is they are looking for, now get carbofuran or furadan, this pesticide, and just scatter it on leftover carcass meat. It kills vultures. When last did anybody see a vulture? Just think about it. When we were young, every Salah, you can't even slaughter your ram privately at home without vultures coming to hang around for their own fair share. But you can't find them. Yeah, they've become so endangered because the poachers, realizing this is an alarm system, have killed them. Side by side, Babalaos and co, who believe that eating vulture meat, so if you can go online and find the cost of a vulture, dead one, is about $500 now. The head of a vulture. Just ask ChatGPT. Ask, what is the cost of a vulture, on the head of a vulture on the black market? Head, $50. So everybody is out for superstitious beliefs to end vultures. But because we don't have any more vultures, what we are having now is carcasses not being eaten, flies and cockroaches in populations that we have never had before, and then ultimately breakout of cholera here, breakout of cholera there. So when it comes to the complexity of our problems, health problems, you will link them. So just unfortunately, like the disappearance of wolves, I think what we need is in every sector, wolves or lions who will make sure the good is being done, and hopefully the impact.
What I am hearing is an intensive demonstration of the fact that a lot of people whom we say have gone to school, have PhD, are really not educated. Yes. I live in an estate where the person those who plant the estate planted trees every street, there's a tree lining every street. When the estate was completed, when people came in, they started seeing witches and wizards and demons in the trees. And people were clearing the trees. If somebody had malaria, I say that there's a demon in the trees, and they're clearing the trees. So there's something about the quality of education of our people. I live briefly in the US. You have big estates. I never saw that before you start an estate, you first of all bulldoze every tree. But that's what we do in this country. Before you start an estate, you bulldoze everything. And then we now have estates in Abuja and elsewhere where there's not a single tree. You are now, the estate developers are giving people 350 square meters for a house. There is hardly even a parking space in front, not to talk of plants, any trees. And I see a lot of people, they come to my house and they say, oh, this is a forest. I say, this is how every house is supposed to be. Now, so what can you say about the quality of education we are getting in this country, that people cannot see the cause and effect relationship between felling trees, poisoning our rivers, and complaining that we are getting sick? My people have a saying that it is only the madman who says the fire burning on the hill, I am not the cause. This is where I put my fire. That one burning on the hill, I am not the cause. A sensible person knows that the fire I put here can burn up to the hill. Bishop, what do we say about quality of education in this country?
I go back to what I think he's already said it and said it quite well, which is one, bloom where you are planted. You see, if you go back to, in Singapore, for example, you are not allowed to chew gum. That law is more than 20, 30 years. I don't know whether you remember, there was a young American tourist, a young boy who was caught chewing gum. And it became a matter between the United States of America and the government of Singapore. And the government of Singapore said the law is that you're going to be flogged. It went on and on. I think they had to settle it diplomatically. But just to tell you that the critical issue here is enforcement. And this is where we as priests and religious leaders become very important. But I think too many of us have sucked into the politics of Abuja. It's not just about being in Abuja. It's that we are sucked into the politics of governance and patronage. That we really have become a little bit blinded to our responsibilities. Otherwise, all of these conversations we are having, the places to start would have been to start talking about these things at areas where people are doing things out of ignorance. Now, we grew up seeing hunting, and we saw hunters. They were great men. Now, to reverse that, we require a lot of education and also processes of compensation. I don't mean compensation in monetary terms, but somebody told me that I bought some bitter kola trees because I was told that I doubt that I will be alive when they grow. But I paid about $1 million and something naira to bring them from Umudike, where I'm told, it's not because of what I'm told about the cost, but the guy says, the professor there, I said, look, if these things finally grow, you can make 3 million naira at least out of every tree. So what I'm saying, if you're not telling people not to fell trees, they're still drinking palm wine. So you're not going to tell them to stop that. And it's an elite consumption pattern. The people who are asking for bush meat, most of the good number of them are living here in Abuja. So it's not something a question you can answer so easily. But if we begin a process, a conversation around the how, then you can start very slowly. And because again, if you go back to a place, again, they are small countries, so they are easier to manage. In Singapore, for example, if you are 5 years old in Singapore, the syllabus is right across the board. What you should know about environment and its beauty. And if you are, by the time you are 10 years old, by the time you are 15 years old, the syllabus are right across. By the time a young boy is 16, finishing secondary school in Singapore, you have been told that being president of Singapore, prime minister of Singapore, you already know these things I read out. So if you want to be there, this is where. Now, our environment is too chaotic, and there are problems that have become embedded. We are putting religion around them. So you take a simple example of a place like northern Nigeria again. I think it was Fayose, Shehu Nadeni was telling me that Fayose posted something, that he went to visit one of his friends, a governor in northern Nigeria. And while he was he saw this driver and started, how long have you been driving for? The driver said, I've been driving for 26 years. How much is your salary? 36,000 naira. Or 35,000. What about family? I've got 4 wives. How many children? 19 children. All right? There's a gentleman I worked with when I was a young priest, 1977, 78. He keeps calling me. He called me the other day, and I have a text on my phone, which he sent to me. He was angry with the government because he said he helped to campaign for this government. Then he says he has not been rewarded. But guess what? At the end, he said, I've got 4 children. And I've got 4 wives. I've got, 100? I forgot it, 100 and from children to grandchildren. Then now, how do they expect me to look after my family? So, these things, if you have 20-something children and you are still living in a 2-bedroom house, what are the consequences of that for the environment? My friend, I don't know what, Emir of Kano, Lamido Sanusi, we were chatting the other day. He told me, this man in Kano married a wife. He's got only 1 room. Then he decided to marry a second wife and brought her into 1 room and just put 1 small curtain across. This is the new bedroom now. So, these are practical realities, because these conversations we're talking about, the sizes of our families and the sizes of these communities make these things imponderable. But to end is just to say, among other things, I think the conversation we are hearing from the Gen Z, these conversations are important. But it would be a pity if all these people are talking about this, we want move away, let us take over. Because that's not what it is. It's not about who is on the throne. It's about the purification and a proper understanding of how things are done. The knowledge that these young people have now, even from secondary school and university, we didn't have it even with a PhD or whatever. But we can put all these things together, and essentially and finally is to say, okay, look, you can have the office. The only way office can become power is when it is reinforced by knowledge. So that means that our people appointed to office, there may be nothing we can do. Political appointment will largely remain patronage for a long time. We can help by having a conversation, but at the same time, encourage government. You mentioned think tanks. Encourage government to understand that, look, you have been given an office, but if only you listen to people, or you can ask the right questions about the things people ought to do. Obi was here yesterday, Obi Ezekwesili, and she was talking about when Obasanjo appointed a minister for solid mineral. She said they quarrel and quarrel. She said he doesn't know anything about it. Obasanjo said, you must go. You are educated, so go and learn. And she said she sat down there and literally read everything she could find about solid minerals and so on. So people can learn. And very often, I think the contribution we can make is the kind of thing we are doing now. And I'd like to thank Ife for that. But just to end up by saying, too many of these conversations are rounding up in Abuja. Okay? The challenge is, how do we design the mechanism for ensuring that ordinary people in my village, for whom you are abused, you are saying leather is dangerous, but maybe that is what this poor woman is putting her salt into. So how do you begin a program of helping ordinary people to understand. And that's where the imams and the priests and traditional rulers can, collaborate.
Thank you. As we round up this, there's something that actually troubles me. A lot of these conversations we have here, the Yar'Adua Center, Sheraton, and Icon, we discuss a lot of very critical issues of how our government, our nation will move forward. The people to make it work are public officials who head different agencies. They are hardly ever here. When they come, they give goodwill message and go away. This is a matter. I have been to hundreds of workshops like this since I came to Abuja. I have hardly seen anyone that the government official in the relevant ministry on the issue and discussing that official is there till the end. So it's like we coming to talk to ourselves. Nuruddin and I and Bishop Kuka, we have been talking. So why do we come here to talk to ourselves again? Where are the government officials to make sure that these things are implemented? Where are they? And I do not think it is lack of effort by Ifi and her team in the clean foundation. I don't think it's lack of effort to make sure that government officials are here. Until we can succeed in making sure that those who run our affairs are attentive to our issues, at least our interpretation of issues. They may believe that they know, but our own interpretation, until we get to that point, they won't make any decision. True, religious leaders can make an effort, as has been said in both ways, we can make an effort, but until those who are in charge of the various departments of the various ministries, until they come to a place like this, take notes and return, they will make progress. Just to end on the note of Singapore once again, I was in Singapore for a month in 2003. And then we were just going to this artificial seaside thing. And I saw a child, about a 3-year-old child. I don't think the child was more than 3 years. About a 3-year-old child was eating some candy, some sweets, and dropped the wrap of the sweet on the ground. Now, what I noticed was that the parents looked down on that child very ferociously, looked down on the child angrily. And the next thing I saw, 3-year-old child, is that the child went down, picked it, and put the wrap in his pocket. Now, the issue is that that parent would have been charged for a wrap of sweets, maybe about $200. That's how it is. The bishop already mentioned chewing gum. Nobody takes chewing gum in Singapore. You get lashes of the cane. Then the ambassador, I think the ambassador of Ulukani or somebody was the Nigerian ambassador there at that time. Then I said, why are Nigerians not many here? He said, the discipline here is too much. I thought that was sad commentary. The discipline here is too much. Because you don't get away. There is no I beg if you commit any of this. Until we get to a point where there is no I beg if you commit an offense. And you need a leadership with authority, not just power, in order to get there. Thank you very much.
Please let's give them a warm applause. Thank you so much, Father George. Thank you, Sheikh Limu. And thank you, Bishop Kuka. We appreciate you. Please, if you could just rise for a brief photograph. Let's have one with the 3 brothers, the 3 friends, yes. And then we'll have Ife join them alongside the top table to join them. Oh, sorry, my lord. All right. Ife, please. Thank you so much. And then we'll also have other members of the top table. Dr. MKA, please. Honorable, please join them. Thank you. Ma'am, please join them. Thank you. All the panelists and moderators, please, if you could join this picture. Thank you so much. All our panelists and the moderators. Thank you. Yep. Do we have a great balance? I hope so. Yeah, I think we do. Okay. Thank you, cameras. Please, let's give them another applause. Thank you so much. Right, so we're going to have our panel discussions right after 15 minutes break. We've been sitting for too long, so we'll just take a 15 minutes break now. But before then, we have Mentimeter up on the screen. So please just do another, take that code, and please respond to the question as we go out for tea, and then we'll continue with the panel discussions. For those on the top table, I believe Dosugun, where are you? Will lead you to where your tea has been prepared, or Ibrahim, you lead the top tables where the tea has been prepared, or Dosu, please, if you could call her. Thank you. But the rest of us, we can just quickly take this survey. Please quickly take this survey, and then we'll go outside for a short break. It's just 15 minutes, please. Let's just quickly come back so we can finish with the two panel sessions that we have at hand. Thank you all so much. Please don't forget to do this. Take the survey right away. And please, the rest of us, we can just go outside for tea and be back in here in 15 minutes. Thank you all so much. Please, let's have that back. I've not done my survey. Thank you. activity right now, and it's the inauguration of the Climate Action Advisory Council. I'd like to invite Ifeoma Malo to take charge here and just talk about this before we move on to our first panel of the day. Please, let's give a round of applause for Ifeoma Malo. Thank you.
Hello again. I don't know if there's any clean tech hub in the room. I see someone at the back. Please get Ibrahim Wambai. This will just take 5 minutes, and I wanted to talk through it so that people understand what we're doing. When we listen to the two keynote addresses, and more specifically the fireside chat, please, wasn't the fireside chat exciting? Give Father George a round of applause. I had said to him that I did not think that there was anyone who could have done the job that he did there, sifting out the issues and getting the two panelists to actually, consider what he was asking and interrogate them in that manner. Now I'm going to invite my colleague Ibrahim Wambai to talk to us in 3 minutes about what this Climate Change Council, Advisory Council is going to be doing. It's not a government entity. It has nothing to do with government. It is us putting together an advisory council that will be going to government with a lot of the things that we're discussing here and that we're doing here. And more importantly, that will be working within the sub-regions, the states, and the geopolitical zones to actually drive solutions, working together with the traditional institutions and the faith-based institutions. So I'll cede over to Ibrahim, who's actually in charge. He's the one who convened all of us today to just talk in 3 minutes about what this is about. Ibrahim, please.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My CEO has actually said everything. Standing on existing protocol, we, in the most kindest of manner, warmly appreciate everyone that has found time in their very busy schedules to be here with us to discuss this very burning issue as it affects our dear country and as it relates to the issues of national security. We've seen clearly the inputs of how climate has become a growing problem and how it's affecting the communities and the livability of people in their comfort, and how it's been a stress multiplier, making people more vulnerable and allowing for this unplanned fluid movement in especially local communities that are most vulnerable. So the idea around the Climate Advisory Council is how we can further now aggressively address the issue, following up with all critical stakeholders. As it's been discussed here this morning that traditional institutions, religious institutions, these institutions have very pivotal roles in the lives of communities, and how somebody else said it somewhere that however remote a place is in the world, you're unlikely not to find a worship center, either be a mosque, a church, synagogue, or a temple. So it means that religious institutions are very deep-rooted in the lives of people. So we're looking at how we can harness the power of religious and traditional institutions going forward with very detailed strategies that we're hoping we get from our very distinguished speakers here today, and also liaise with them as we go forward with our activities in the Advisory Council. So basically, it's just a council that wants to now follow up very detailed on how we can further work together wholesomely to resolve the issues of climate change and how it's affecting our national security. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ife and Ibrahim. Appreciate your thoughts, and we look forward to great stuff coming out of that advisory council. Moving on, we'll go to our first panel for today. And this panel will be focusing on the nexus of climate, conflict, and migration in Nigeria. And we have a great array of panelists who will be sharing their thoughts on this very important topic. But I will not be introducing the panelists. The moderator will be introducing the panelists to come forward. And she is the Executive Director of Global Rights, and she has been doing quite a lot in the space. She's worked with an array of organizations nationally and internationally, and she's the co-chair of the Steering Committee of the African Coalition for Corporate Accountability, the chair of Justice Empowerment Initiative, and a member of the governing board of Annie's Place. She is a writer, she's an accredited mediator, she's a dispute resolution trainer, and a youth counselor. Please, let's give it up for my sister, Abiodun Bayewu.
Everyone, and welcome to the first panel. So I'm going to invite very quickly Dr. Aminu Doria. Amina Dori. I'm very sorry. You know, I take offense when people don't pronounce our names correctly, but there's so many intonations. Dore, is that correct now? Okay, I'm sincerely sorry. Well, I want to get it right, so if you tell me, there's a mic right beside you. Oh, okay. No, it's not.
So I don't want to waste too much time talking about my name, but to be honest, I don't feel any pain or any sadness, if anybody. You know, that's the truth, because you see, we are very diverse, and that's why we're talking about climate, and Dorai is not a common name. So it's actually, if I tell you the correct spelling, you won't even, pronunciation, it's going to be difficult, but let's say Dorai. Dorai. Because it's actually Dorai. 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 We don't have that letter in English, you know, okay. So thank you.
All right. So let's start by me asking what that name means.
So that name is actually a name of a town or a village or a local government in Kano State. So we have two Dorais in Kano, Dorai Baba, that's the big one, and Dorai Karama. So I come from Dorai Baba. But it's just a community. Most of us in northern Nigeria, especially in the northwest, we tend to use names of cities to identify where we are from.
Identity.
Yes, it's an identity. Thank you.
Well, you're most welcome. Well, what you would like to know about Dr. Ray is that she's a public health physician with 2 decades of extensive experience in health and development programs, focusing on women, girls, and underserved communities in Africa. She's currently Senior Country Director at Pathfinder International, where she provides strategic leadership of Pathfinder activities in Nigeria, Niger, Burkina Faso, and Democratic Republic of the Congo. Dr. Dorahi is also Africa Regional Lead for Continuous Quality Improvement, Women's Economic Empowerment, and Women-Led Climate Resilience at Pathfinder International. Before Pathfinder, she served as Technical Director for the USAID-funded Sustaining Health Outcomes through Private Sector Projects in Nigeria, and is a Senior Technical Advisor with the International Development Division, or was a Senior Technical Advisor with the International Development Division of ABT Associates, and she was also Associate Deputy National Program Manager and Director of Service Delivery at DFID for Transforming Health Systems, the Path 2 project, which is the way most people identify it. in Nigeria, and she's co-chair and steering committee member at Women in Global Health Nigeria chapter, and serves on the advisory board of Family Empowerment Media. Please welcome Dr. Durai. Very accomplished, and equally accomplished. I have the pleasure of welcoming Adaku Ufere, I'm sorry. And now I don't want to get it wrong, and now I'm hesitating. But did I get your name right, Adaku? Ufere, right. So Adaku is a seasoned leader in the energy sector with over 15 years of experience driving renewable energy and sustainable development initiatives across Africa. As chief of party in the 5-year, $74 million USAID and Power Africa, West Africa Energy program in Ghana, Adaku provided operational and technical leadership to a consortium of 8 subcontractors, over 150 staff across 23 African countries. Under Adaku's guidance, WAEP achieved significant milestones in advancing energy policy, accelerating renewable energy investments, reducing CO2 emissions, and increasing electricity access throughout West and Central Africa. Adaku also founded an energy and gender consulting firm dedicated to renewable energy and sustainable development, leading a team across Ghana, Liberia, and Nigeria. Through this venture, Adaku provided transaction advisory services that catalyzed green investments in West Africa. In the previous role, Adaku headed the energy practice group for Centurion Law Group in South Africa, leading operations across 7 sub-Saharan African countries. As an external advisor to the Ministry of Mines and Steel and Hydrocarbons in Equatorial Guinea and Petroleum in South Africa, Adaku played a pivotal role in regulatory reforms, contract negotiations, and investment advisory, including the development of South Sudan's first local contact act. I told you she was very accomplished. Welcome, Adaku. We are going to make this a Power Girl panel before we invite the only male panelists, because we no longer have Dr. Nemo Bassi joining us today. We will be replacing with Ms. Ifi Malo, who is the CEO at Clean Technology Up. If could you join us? Unfortunately, I don't have your biography here. And I'm going to invite our final panelist, who really doesn't need a lot of introduction. He's sitting with his best friend. And that is a large part. Hamzat. Oh, Hamzat is here. Oh, right. Okay. So we will invite another male, but I'm going to invite Reverend Dr. James Weye to please join us here. Reverend James Weye is a Pentecostal pastor with Assemblies of God, Northern Nigeria, and co-executive director of the Interfaith Mediation Center in Kaduna. And if you know the history of the Interfaith Mediation Center, you know the kind of work that he has done in this country. Now, during the 1980s and 90s, he was involved in Christian activities targeted at protecting the church from ethno-religious violence. He has also served as Secretary General of the Kaduna State Chapter of the Youth Christian Association of Nigeria and the Assistant Secretary of the parent body, an umbrella organization for all Christian groups in Nigeria, serving in various committees for peace and reconciliation in Kaduna State, national and international level. He also served as a former member of the African Union Interfaith Committee and is Assistant District Superintendent of the Assemblies of God, Northern Nigeria. He is now the Secretary General, Northwestern State of the Christian Association of Nigeria, CAN, and also a member of the National Executive Council of the Christian Association of Nigeria. He co-authored the book, The Pastor and the Imam, Responding to Conflict, and also co-authored Forgiveness and Reconciliation, Islam and Christian Perspectives, among others. Oh, you're representing Amzat. Well, I better introduce you then. Okay. Okay. Do you have a mic beside you? Or maybe on the other side? Okay.
Right, sorry, so Hamza had an issue in Bauchi. He was not able to fly back to Abuja. My name is Mokhtar Modibo. I lead on Follow the Money.
Well, welcome, Mokhtar. You lead on
Follow the Money project.
Follow the Money. You're the project leader of Follow the Money. Okay. Do you want to talk a bit about the work you've done in relation particularly to the subject matter? Please, if you would, please pass the mic back to him. Thank you. If you just speak, I think.
Yeah, so like I said, my name is Mokhtar Modibo, and apologies for Hamza not being able to be here. So like I said, I lead Follow the Money. So Follow the Money is a project that we use to track government spendings in basic education, basic health, water, and sanitation. And aside that, we've been able to do some level of things around conflict and fragility in the south part of the country, as well as dwell into what is called interfaith dialogue around climate change. So we were able to develop a policy brief to look at how we can bring faith, climate, as well as different stakeholders to be in one of these to discuss about that. So it's a research that we're still carrying on. I think the research will be presented somewhere next month. And we're also doing something around climate financing. Over time, we've done something around climate financing in Kenya, Malawi, Nigeria, and Cameroon presently. And we're looking at advancing from that. Basically, that's just short.
I think that's very interesting background considering what we're talking about. So we will be taking you on your own authority then. So thank you. Let's go very quickly and start with Pastor Weir. We've just listened to a very interesting plenary and fireside chat, and that gave us a lot of food for thought. It gave us a lot of food for thought in a very simplified way of thinking about our fragility through climate change and our failure to protect our environment is endangering us all. But now going into the Nigerian context and the work you've done, what would you say are the climate-related events such as floods, drought, desert encroachment, and how are they affecting the fault lines for conflict in Nigeria?
I'm a preacher. I can project my voice quite far.
Well, actually, we need the mic because of the people online. Thank you.
We are still working on that. I don't want to traumatize my meeting community. Thank you. Thank you once again for this very important message. For the introduction also. Like I heard AP say that we want a dramatic solution. A lot has been said by others, and from all the very distortions and all those are contributed, and also the other firework as they call it. They're quite deep and quite rich. We as religious leaders neglected the first instruction from our Creator. In Genesis, the man and the woman were asked to dress the garden. And in dressing the garden, it means keeping the ecological system running and well. As religious leaders also, we have compromised because there are certain teachings that we need to offer taught our followers. This will have reduced the climate-induced conflict that we are suffering in Nigeria today. I recall, before becoming a preacher, I was a soil cartographer. We produced the first soil map of Nigeria in 1981. Actually, it was formally presented in 1983. But they are lying somewhere in the Federal Ministry of Agric Land Resources, where every inch of this country has been tested, and crop maximization, crop options were also given. I wish that all the money that we spent and the effort we put in that will have saved Nigeria a lot of challenges that we are also passing through now. Now, to be further pragmatic is that as religious leaders, we are advocating that we should have green churches, green mosques, and green schools. Teaching them how to observe those things so that when they grow old, they will not depart from it. We have identified also as a measure of dealing with this challenge 7 indigenous trees that are going extinct. And they are predominantly trees that serve as fodder to farmers and also fodder to livestock farmers and manure to crop farmers. They are found in Nigeria, but they are all planted by God. And the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Forestry or Environment have not deemed it fit to propagate those trees. The black plum, otherwise known as piña, is good for cows and good for human consumption. You have also the shea butter tree. I don't know if there's anyone anywhere where the shea butter is being reproduced. So it is time for the religious leaders to begin to teach followers what we call environmental economy through propagation of trees. And we can also, Father Hussein is here. I use the word that people are not usually happy with, but I've had you on your program. We call it divine intimidation strategy, invoking divinity to get compliance. Nigerians are very religious people. You can market virtual anything in this country using religion and people will buy it. So why don't we market those things that will put money in their pockets, they will put health on the land, and they will be doing it as service to God, as service to humanity. As I learned of this, there was a village I went to preach, and I saw the soil caked. The shrubs there were all cut down for firewood, and I called out the leader, and I asked him, we are going to bless the land and give the land according to the biblical injunction. And he came out, and I prayed on the land, and then gave them what we call a covenant. And the covenant was that every woman in this congregation who has had me, running to thousands, should plant an orange tree as a way of marking my visit to that village. And every young man should plant a mango tree. The name of that village is called Katara, not Kagara. Right now they are exporting oranges and mangoes to the village market at Kujama because a preacher told them they should plant, and they planted. Why don't we tweak that over? Instead of asking them for money, sow seed, let them sow trees.
Thank you very much, Pastor Wee. I'm just going to pass very quickly to Ife. And having listened to the same thing, now the question I'd actually asked Pastor Wee was about how the climate change is affecting the conflict lines across Nigeria. I'm going to ask you the same question, but then I would like for you to link it to health in particular, and your thoughts about the first plenary in the first.
Okay, thank you. I was not supposed to be on this panel.
No, you were not.
So Nico Bassi is who I am representing. He sent a message early this morning to say that he had to run to Bayelsa State for an intervention surrounded around the process and making sure that communities that they've been working with around climate and fragility don't just engulf the state. So he's there on an urgent mission. And I'm going to channel Nemo into this conversation because since he was supposed to be here, the perspective we wanted him to bring was from the Niger Delta. So anybody who knows Nemo's story knows that he was one of the people who worked closely with Ken Saro-Wiwa. He was one of Ken Saro-Wiwa's foot soldiers. But even at that, has continued to work in trying to reduce the Niger Delta, holding a lot of the extractive industry accountable, and having applying a social justice lens to a lot of the issues around climate change, environmental damage, and fragility issues. And because we have worked very closely with his organization, MOMES, I have been to the Niger Delta several times with Nemo's organization. In fact, the few times I have gone to Ogoniland is on his invitation. And one of the things that you see, I think the first time I went to Ogoni, with Nemo was in 2018 or 2017. I can remember how shocked I was. You know, you hear about it, you see pictures, you see the videos, but until you are there, you do not understand the magnitude and the impact of the destruction that has gone on in Ogoniland. And for me, it was a wake-up call because the first thing I kept on asking myself was, how can people live like this? And really, is this where oil was founded? Is this where we get some of our oil in the country? How can human beings live like this? Like literally, you're seeing oil around people's houses where you would see sand. You're seeing oil in the rivers and the river banks. You know, like you can scoop up the oil with your hands. And you're seeing people who you know that are near death. Right? You're literally watching people, talking to them, and these are people who are from Ogonia, and you know that they're going to die in another year, 2 years. You know, because this oil is what we are drinking, this oil water is what we are drinking, it's what we are using to cook, it's what we are using to bathe. So how can you even argue that they have any life, not to talk of quality of life, right? And so that was a wake-up call for me. So I told Nemo after that trip, I said, please, anytime you're going again, let me go and let me go with some of my team members because we don't want the work that we do. We started off as a research organization, and research has brought us this far. It's made us, you know, pretty well known in the industry, in the sector. But we also want to find practical solutions. So we want to mirror what you're doing in the Niger Delta to a lot of the work that we're doing in other communities, in other fragile communities that we work in. So I've gone back there several times with hope that people not Nemo, there are several other soldiers. He also has the cases there. The reason I'm giving this back end to the story is because I think sometimes, because we have heard about the Niger Delta for so long, and the conflict there seems quite intractable, we seem to forget that when we talk about climate, environment, and fragility, that this is where really is the ground zero of that. And I'm very happy that Father Musa brought that up when he was doing his fireside chat and made Father Kuka do some intervention in that regard. It is important to look at the process of how we've gotten there. Nemo is from Cross River State. He's not an Ijaw man. He lives in Benin City, which is in Edo. He's doing work. He's one of the most well-recognized figures and one of the most respected in Ijaw land. So when he says that he's going to Bayelsa because there is the potential for the protest there to get out of hand and to stop, you know, to prevent the killings and whatever, you know, the agitation. So people are layering in their disaffection and dissatisfaction with what's going on in their communities, the hunger and everything, and layering it on already existing conflicts. And so there's an opportunity for this to now evolve the entire state. You see why it's important that this conversation that we're having. Of course, because one of the other things that I think is important for us to remember is how in the Niger Delta we have had different waves of conflict and fragility. You know, we had the Ijaw crisis, we've had the Ijaw crisis, we've had the Ijaw Robo crisis, we've had, you know, like there's been so many sections of this crisis. And all of it is around extractives. All of it is around resource control. But then the impact of this is that there are communities where people don't go to school. Because what has happened is that those crises have exacerbated to the point where even government and our workers feel unsafe to situate any government there. And so what happens is that those people get forgotten. And then there is no sense of, there's a sense of hopelessness there. So we're hoping that through the work that we're doing at Clean Tech Hub and with all our partners, that after we finish this, I was telling Father George, and we're going to be partnering with Boxer on this, is that we're taking these conversations down to the regions. We're also developing a climate action manual. Some of it will be for schools, some of it will also be for elementary and nursery school that has infographics that talks about those things that have been mentioned either by the first panel, the first two keynote speakers, and the fireside chat, and this panel. Issues around tree planting, issues around, environment, the environment and climate, why it's important for us to do. We've done similar things with the renewable energy sector where we produce cartoons, and it's one of our most requested publications nationally. So we have been determined to do the same with the climate change and have it disseminated through schools, especially schools in rural and poor, economically disadvantaged areas. And have this be the way that we mainstream conversations. But we're also going to have this climate and fragility summit at the 6 geopolitical zones next year so that we can take these conversations down to the grassroots. I'll stop there for now.
Well, thank you so much, Ife. I like the way you've gone straight to the solutions as well and not just identifying the problem. So I'm just going to piggyback on where Ife stopped and come to you, Dr. Doria, and ask that how can we design, I'm thinking about the work you've also done with gender and inclusivity in climate, and ask you that, so now we've talked about the health, how the environment is affecting the health of the communities and how that's further leading to their disenfranchisement. But how can we develop strong community-based approaches to address the diverse needs of different groups affected by climate change?
Thank you very much, and I'm really excited to be part of this panel, and at least, I'm glad that after the two very strong keynote addresses that were both males, and then the fireside chat that was also full of males, at least we have this panel that actually kind of provides that equity. So that's one thing to talk about. I think in terms of the solutions, we have talked a lot about the impacts of climate, but I think one area that we haven't really cross-examined enough, so far today, is the people that really matter, and that is the women and the young people. Why do I say that? So I work at Pathfinder International, and at Pathfinder, we envision a world where everyone, even in the most challenging environments, have what they need to be healthy, to thrive, and to live the lives they choose. And that term, even in the most challenging environments, is the key reason why we do not take climate actions, issues of fragility, issues of conflict as anything to play with. And for instance, when we did a lot of our assessments, we realized that the people most affected by any climate crisis, in any fragile communities, and in every conflict are the women. We have issues of forced marriages, especially in areas where poverty is so high. So at the end of the day, the families get to marry off their children early as a means of resource mobilization. There's also unplanned pregnancies or unwanted pregnancies, because you remember even during COVID, there's what we call the shadow pandemic, and that was the high rate of gender-based violence that we didn't even know the impact, because most of the issues around gender-based violence is really hush-hush. It's not reported out there. And then you have issues of abortions, because when people have unplanned pregnancies through rape or even incest, there were a high number of incest, and so there were very high numbers of abortions, most of which were unsafe in areas or in communities that the women's lives were in danger. Secondly, where there is climate crisis, for instance, in drought, most families, it is the women and the girls that go out to look for water. And in that, area of looking for water, they are also they are predisposed to gender-based violence as well. In most often when there are issues around famine, when there's flood and any other climate crisis, it's the women that bear the brunt more because they are the caregivers most often in the home. So I think for me, I have to really bring out that issue about women's health, women's rights, women's even well-being, especially in climate, in conflict. Most often, even during conflict, when people are kidnapped, it is the women that usually have more fear of being raped and so on if they are with, in this situation. So I just want to put it out there that this is a very serious issue that we have to look at. In terms of solutions, because most often we say nothing for us without us, it is the women that need to lead this change. And that is why at Pathfinder we have what we call women-led climate resilience activities. Why women-led climate resilience? Because often, I'm happy that at least our religious leaders are here. When our issues are seen to be religious, we have to bring in the religious leaders. But in this case, I'm saying when our issues are also related to gender inequity, gender issues, we have to bring up the women to also say what they want as part of the solutions. So what we do is, one, to ensure that at least in those communities, education, basic education, primary school, secondary school, and as much as possible post-secondary, all women, including married women, they should have the right to go to school. That is number one. If they are able to go to school, they will have a more, possibility of having livelihoods, because livelihoods is very important because of the power shifts. At any time that women do not have resources, they are the ones that are below the power dynamics, and in that case, they will be succumbed to anything. And then secondly, we're looking at the health too, because when we talk about women go through a lot of, challenges, or even, their natural process of development as women is very unique. So we have to also make sure that the health system is ready and able and willing to really manage the impacts of climate change, and especially to be able to manage women's issues. Gender-based violence, we start with even counseling, for instance, identifying, where the issues are, referrals to, police, to legal firms that can help them. So a lot of issues, even to do with the health sector. And then obviously, in terms of farming, in terms of even this tree planting we're talking about, when we train women to be able to take the lead. In some of our countries, Egypt particularly, we have what we call green clinics. So when our pastor was talking about green schools, we also have green clinics, from even assessing where they are in terms of their, I think Sheikh Nuruddin Lemu talked about the pharmacies and how they how they are able to, their waste products, how they dispose of them. So even in the hospitals, we have needles, we have, many procedures that we do that we need to ensure that it is taken care of, especially around management of waste products, making sure that we use, for instance, technology like solar panels to get light, because you need electricity fully if you're going to manage a hospital. Water, availability of water is very important, because as my fellow panelists mentioned, water and sanitation, the healthcare sector is very important. Mosquitoes, malaria, there's so much. So health, and so I think for me, it's just as to respond to you directly, it's just to say that if women are at the top, if women are leaders, both in the communities, if they are voted into power. One of our speakers talked about Mrs. Amina Mohammed, how she really did well in the environmental space. So that is a very, very good example of a woman leading change. So that, to me, is one of the most important solutions when women are at the table and are able to bring out their issues, and it could be a solution to development in whole, and the conflicts and fragility issues that we're talking about can be better handled. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Durai. A round of applause, please. As you spoke, I just had more questions for you, but it wouldn't be fair if I didn't go around the panel, and I'll come back to you. I'm going to go to Mukhtar now, and I was very excited when you talked about the work you were doing and the research. And one of the things that I'm sure that you've looked at is government's response to climate change, to our fragility, and to conflict. Do you think the Nigerian government has a coherent response to these issues? And if they do, how are they managing this? Or otherwise, if they don't, how do we effectively have governance structures in Nigeria to manage climate-related challenges?
Yeah, so to answer your question straight, I would say the response is somehow dicey because they are response, but they are no enforcement, right? So why do I say there are no enforcement? Before, now...
Sorry, could you just give us an idea of what the responses are? Because
Okay, so that's where I'm going to. So before now, what we're doing in the Niger Delta is identifying communities and understanding their problems so that we'll respond to their community problems. That's the first thing. And then the second thing we came up on that was to look at what are the main issues and who are the people that present these issues to the people that will listen to the issues. That's like the CDCs. Now, one of the first things we highlighted is women are not represented, and then other young people are not also represented in that CDC groups. And so the project, we titled it Conflict and Fragility, and one of the first things we tried to do was to get women to be part of that CDC groups so that when they are presenting their cases, women are there to present their cases. As we advance, we were advocating for the passage of, what's the name of this thing? We were advocating for the passage of a review of the entire host community development charter and commitment. Now, when we move further, one of the things we highlighted is young people are not carried along, women are not carried along, and then government intervention has some level of issues to it. When I said government intervention, a lot of times companies that are responsible for this always come with the thought that, you people have CDC groups. This is what we want to do. So the community members might be looking at something, and then the intervention is coming in another way, in another form, when they don't need it. And so we started what is called Power of Voices, right? Fear for All. So when we started that project is to carry everybody along, including the people in secondary schools. Now, we have students in secondary school that we created clubs across the state. I know we're working in a community in Delta called Obodogwa, and then we're working with some organizations in Port Harcourt, Kebekeche, and others. Now, what we're trying to do is to identify schools. Now, when we identify schools, we train these children from classrooms to understand that, they are companies. These companies are doing this and this and that, and they are supposed to do this and this and this to your communities as where you live. And then have these women form part of the CDCs. And when we achieve that, we activated a campaign called EMOC. Now, this EMOC is more of coming to say, whenever we understand that democracy is all about question and answer, demand and supply. So people come to you to ask for vote, So mostly, I know in Cross River, we did a campaign called Vote for Wash. In that EMOC is Vote for Wash. So Vote for Wash is a campaign of a community where they have a lot of water, sanitation, and hygiene issues, right? So anybody that comes to ask them for vote, the first thing they try to do is, what are you going to do in Wash? So we gave them what is called a pledge card. Now, all these people signed the pledge card. Now, after signing the pledge card, if I happens to get on this seat, this is what I'm going to do, this is how I'm going to do it. And we're supporting them to now follow up and ask questions to these members. Now, coming back to the issue of whether or not there are government policies. So if you look at, there are a lot of government policies that talks about, easing what is really going on in the conflict and fragility space, within that sector. But the problem is, are these people carried along when this implementation are being done? I will tell you capital no, because most of the times now what we're doing is looking at, most of the times when we go is when we ask them, are you informed about this and this and this? And it always, we're not informed. Now, so what I see is you cannot address a problem when you don't localize it. You cannot provide a solution when it's not a local solution, because what you're thinking as a solution might be different from what they are thinking as a solution. So that's why a lot of time these people are not really involved. And when they are involved, there are a lot of town hall meetings that happens. I know we partnered with NDDC. We did some level of town hall meetings. But I tell you what happened. Immediately after the opening remarks or keynote addresses, the main people that are meant to listen to that conversation of the women, the groups, and other people always find a way to, just move. And so you are not listening to the main conversation that is happening. So basically now, what are the solutions? I mentioned the classroom clubs that we're creating, the women empowerment, and then so now what we're doing is we're building more capacity among communities so that we can support them more of like to be the mouthpiece of their own societies, identify their own problems. So most of the trainings we're doing is now looking at responding community to respond to community action, understanding community to respond to community action. We're building capacities on advocacy and policy influencing, right, and so on and so forth, so that they can be able to, fight for themselves while we support them technically.
Thank you so much, Mukhtar. A round of applause. As you spoke, I'll be honest, I became a bit agitated, and I think I've been for a few years. I asked you what government's policy was, and immediately you told me what civil society was doing. Civil society has moved into the space of governance in our country to such an extent that we do not expect government to have coherent policies anymore, that we immediately take up that burden rather than advocate for government policies that work. And what you've told me as well is that, well, yeah, there are some policies which you didn't quite articulate, but what you did point out is that they're not citizen-centered. And it points to what Bishop Coker said, that government currently lacks the legitimacy that it needs to have the authority to work. And it takes me straight to Adaku, because I know she's worked on this type of issues before. How do we get government to gain the legitimacy that it needs for climate action? Because if government doesn't move, if civil society keeps filling this space, we're still not going to get to the level that we need to move for a sustainable future, especially when you think about funding and the fact that we all fund government. How do we ensure a people-centered design for climate change that is government-led?
Right, people-centered design. I think that's usually the idea. That's how it starts out, and then I guess everything takes over. So my work is primarily in West and Central Africa. So for USAID and Power Africa, I oversaw 23 countries in West and Central Africa. And where my climate leaning came in and conflict is because I worked across the Sahel. So I invested in energy projects in Burkina Faso, in Niger, in Chad, Mauritania. And these areas, obviously they suffer a very dusty, dry, arid climate. So they have that problem. And they also suffered military coups in the recent times. So there's a lot of communal clashes, a lot of forced migration because of the issues these countries are seeing. In another, I guess in a direct opposite, the countries in the Mano River region, like Guinea, what Guinea suffers is excessive rainfall. So their problem is flooding, mudslides, as well as a military coup. So it's political instability at the cusp of climate issues. And how I've been able, or rather myself and my team have been able to do the work we've done there, because we've been able to help generate energy across West Africa. I've managed to raise $9 billion for energy investment, generate about 2,500 megawatts of electricity, and connect about 3.8 million households to electricity. And so we've had to do a lot of incorporating climate resilience into our power planning, because a lot of the issues with power planning are man-made. So access to finance is a problem, corruption is a problem, policy, regulatory, these are all man-made problems. Climate is the only one that we cannot control. You know, we can prepare for it, we can mitigate, we can adapt it, but it's still uncertain to a degree that requires us to prepare and be proactive rather than reactive. So how we're able to, from the ground up, try and do this in a localized manner. So first of all, I'm entering into a community. Obviously, I'm working across a region where there's several languages. They're speaking French, Portuguese, Spanish, as well as the local languages. So it's necessary, because I'm working for an American company, the typical thing is to have, you know, the foreign consultants, but I was very insistent on ensuring that we worked with local people. So I had advisors in every single country, because if I'm going into a village in Côte d'Ivoire, I needed to have someone who spoke not just French, but who looked like, who understood the experiences of the people in that community. So starting with making sure your resources, your consultants are local is, to me, is the first port of call. The second thing is obviously engaging marginalized groups. I know we've talked about engaging women, children, people with disabilities, traditional people who have knowledge of traditional practices. And why, besides women obviously being fantastic, why women were very essential is because and this is not my words because they'll say I'm lying, but World Bank USAID data has found that there are more female breadwinners in West Africa than male. So there's more men living off women in West Africa. So this narrative of women being gold diggers, I don't know where it came from. It's a lie. And the definition of breadwinner in World Bank data is not who earns more, because in a lot of these households, the men earned more. It's who puts more into the home. So you have a situation where the man is obviously earning more, but the woman is paying for everything: rent, utilities, children, everything. And that's how we define breadwinner. And it's great that, I think, was it Bishop Kuka? Someone mentioned about a gate man or something who was earning 36,000 naira, but he had 4 wives and 19 children. By any stretch of imagination, a man earning 36,000 is not taking care of 4 households. Clearly, those are self-sufficient households. Those women are taking care of their homes and their children, and he gets to cosplay as a breadwinner on 36,000 naira. Impossible. So we realized when we went into these communities for power planning, there's always a male community leader. And when we say, okay, bring your community people so we can explain the project we're about to undertake, he'd only bring men. And we realized that whenever we spoke about our project and we came back weeks later, there was nothing had been done, no groundwork. The people still didn't understand what we're talking about. So when we decided to bring in and we will speak to the women separately, that's when we saw traction, because the women were the decision makers. The men were kind of like a fictional head of the family, but the people who actually did the work and made the decisions were women. So if we did not engage the women, we had zero traction in any local community we went to. So that was one. And obviously people with disabilities who are often overlooked were able to give us, different insights into, we need to build a transmission line here, and they explain how you need to get a wheelchair around, how a blind person needs to navigate this course. So it's very little things that people don't necessarily think about. They just think, I want to bring light to this community, but not how does it affect, the different people in that community. Another thing was incorporating traditional practices. So Africa, obviously, we have a long history of tradition. And one example is this phenomenon of holding rain. Have you heard when they say you can hold rain and stop rain? What do you call them, rainmakers? Precisely. I mean, I'm from Imo State, and at my wedding, my parents hired a rainmaker, and they kind of took some leaves and they burned something, and the rain stopped. I saw it with my 2 eyes. I saw it, and generally we'll say it's juju or it's jazz, but it's science. And if you can find someone who can harness that knowledge, what leaves are you burning? What direction are you burning it in? At what time of the day? What is affecting, the atmosphere that is stopping the precipitation? So incorporating traditional practices is very important, and it's very overlooked, because when you're working with white supremacist colonialist knowledge of weather, which is what we use in Africa as a former colonized nation, everything we used to do before in the 1800s, 1700s, we dismiss it as voodoo, and we don't incorporate it into the modern knowledge we know now. So people-centered is ensuring that inclusive traditional practices are also engaged. Another aspect is ensuring an equitable distribution of resources. Nigeria is one where definitely this space is extremely inequitable. And so we've had to do that and make sure like every country, because every country has a different need, and we do needs assessment, make sure, we're tailoring our solutions to the particular community. Again, because I'm working in West Africa, I can't do one solution and replicate it across the region. It has to be tailored to the particular country. So that's another aspect of ensuring that it is people-centered. Monitoring and evaluation, make sure there's feedback mechanisms, and you're not just working in a silo, you're hearing from the people, is this working, is this not working? And I see you're holding your mic.
I'm holding it.
I know. But one particular example I'm talking about in northern Ghana, which is very close to Burkina Faso, so there's a lot of drought in that area, and we're working with like water management practices. We got a solar water pump for a farm to irrigate the farm when there's no rain. And we realized the village people were coming to the pump to fetch water. And so they told us, and this is because we went back and we're asking questions, how is the metric, how is the metrics impacting what we've done? And we're told, well, water is also an issue, not just for the plants, but for the human beings. And so that spurred another activity to provide clean water for the community. So these are just a little thing.
Well, thank you. I think that's very brilliant. And it sets the part for government and what government action should look like. We are running fast out of time. Before the panelists have a second go, I'm going to ask from the audience 2 questions. Is there anyone who has a question? We're good. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Farouk Balamagaji from Diamond here, and it will help improve lives, especially those in the rural.
Thank you. It's another gentleman over there. But I am biased. I see a lady. Okay. So, and suddenly I see 2 of them. Yeah. I'm not drunk, so I know I'm seeing right.
We asked questions, and there's a community. What we did was for the purpose of the environment, but it became more of a conflict between the owners of those land and the communities.
Thank you. And then there were the 2 ladies.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Gloria Kudoro. I'm a journalist from New National Star. I'm directing my question to Madam Ife, who spoke about Ogoni land. I'm more concerned about Ogoni issues at Ogoni land. Having listened to you, it's as if there are issues at that region that needs government attention. And I'm also part of environment journalists who covering environment, Ministry of Environment. And I understand that the ministry has been doing a lot of things, efforts in mitigating, the issues surrounding Ogoni region. What I want to ask, have you made any effort in, involving, getting the government, just like you said, getting the government into some key areas, probably communities or areas that really needs government interventions, so that just a way to help the people who are in their need of government interventions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good day, everyone. My name is Justina Chidi. I'm still talking about, I'm addressing it to Madam Ife, the same Ogoni issue, because I've tried to do some research pertaining the communities around Ogoni land. I don't know, these people living in that community, like you said, that their health, they're actually at stake, and you can really predict how long they will live here on earth. Can't they evacuate those people? I know that land can be their ancestral land, and then moving from there might be an issue, maybe relocating from that particular community, of which, if there is a crisis in a particular community, you have no choice. Like other regions, like the northern regions, like I was born in Kaduna, and I knew the crisis, I think year 2000, my parents had to relocate because our lives were actually all at stake. So we had to leave that particular area. We moved down to the eastern region. Is there no mitigation? Like, is there nothing the government can do? Since their lives are actually at stake, can't they move them from that particular region? I know it's not going to be easy, but can't they be relocated to somewhere else so that they can really look at what is going on in that community? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Suddenly everyone has a question. Say before panel 2. Okay. But I'm going to take that last question to be a rhetoric question, especially when you understand the way Nigeria is framed around indigenship and settlership and how settler communities are treated in our country. And it goes to the height of, it goes to this panel again and addressing those fault lines that we have as a nation. Now, because if I don't close this panel, Dr. Ea will come for me, not for the panelists. I'm going to ask the panelists to reflect on the questions that they've just heard, not just about Ogoni, also about northern communities. I work with mining host communities, to think about these issues and then how we should respond. Let's start with the Green Clinic, which means that we're starting our closing. This is going to be difficult. 1 minute closing to each panelist, I'm sorry. But then to start to think about the Green Clinic, then we go to Mukhtar.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much for your question. So actually the Green Clinics is not an intervention that we are implementing in Nigeria, but it's in Egypt. And the way we work is that, we support governments. It's not that we just do whatever we want to do. But the good thing, and I just want to also respond to a question that someone asked, how do we involve government? I think we should be thinking of the other way. Government should be involving us, not how do we involve government, because government is responsible to every citizen in this country. So we are just supporters, we are facilitators. And if we, at CSOs are the thought leaders, then government should be able to identify us, to work with us. And I just want to say 2 things. I don't know, but maybe I'm sure we invited possibly the Ministry of Environment, Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Youth and Women Affairs. Unfortunately, I don't think many of them are here. And that comes to also what our Reverend talked about, we talking to each other. So we will continue to do what we want to do and what we need to do, but the government needs to take charge. And the second thing I want to just say quickly is that I think we should be more intentional. There are 2 things to do. In every activity that we do, from our homes to our workplaces, we need to be intentional about climate. So we have activities need to either be what we call climate centered. So it means that, some of these responses need to be really focused on the climate, because we have realized that a lot of our issues are related to climate, are impacted by climate, and the risks that come as a result of that is beyond what we can manage in the next 20 years, for instance. So climate centered. If we can't do that, then let's be climate responsive. At least let's consider climate in everything that we do, from our homes, going out. In Rwanda, for instance, they don't even use these nylon bags. They're not allowed. If you go with them, they will confiscate them. So there are very basic things we need to do from our homes to our communities, and we'll continue to talk to the government to hold them accountable and to do the right thing. But if we do not involve women as leaders, women as agents of change, and young people as well, we have not even started solving problems of Nigeria. Thank you.
Okay, so maybe I'll start from where she stopped. I think we need to be deliberate and systematic in whatever we do. And while doing that, I will say for that, bringing government to people, all over the world, the conversation is around building trust now between government and citizen and people. I think the first thing we need to encourage or do more is to really look at our local representative as important as possible. Prioritize participatory budgeting process, prioritize public and private partnership, prioritize community mobilization, and then prioritize capacity building, not around looking at the people they are local, but look at them as partners in progress so that you can run a race with them and win the race together. But really, we have to start looking at how do these people in communities, how do they perceive this problem, how do they comprehend it, and how are they understanding to make a solution. I think we can run a race together and win the race together. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mukhtar. Adaka?
Okay, right. So I think my closing will be centered around preparedness, because we do understand this is a governmental responsibility, but the government has shirked their responsibility. And it is now on us to kind of, in our own individual environments. I say Nigeria is one of the only countries I know that rains so much, and the average person does not have an umbrella. It's very odd. No Wellington boots, no raincoats, nothing. So there's a culture of unpreparedness that we need to overcome, first of all, that we really need to. At the same time, we couldn't do that hand in hand with demanding better from our elected representatives, because again, the large-scale problem is theirs to fix. But just within us as well, maybe use less plastic, don't throw things on the ground, try and prepare more for the issues that you know is going to occur. Because if your house is, you have the climate issues in your personal home, it's not the president that's going to suffer, even though it's his responsibility, but it's not him. So let's just try in our own individual ways to, see what we can do to be resilient.
Thank you.
Thank you. Very difficult, but I will try. 1 minute. I can, I know. I think we must be strategic in our intervention. We must create a space solely for religious leaders to discuss climate issues. They are the first respondents. Even when we have trauma and other things as a result of climate challenges, they go to church, they go to the mosque. So we must plan something for religious leaders. Deliberately also, we must be out and going on the issues of the biggest charcoal market for Nigeria, Niger is Nigerian charcoal. When there was blockage, there was problem in Niger. How do we get to resolve that? Religious leaders have to be involved. They have a weekly general assembly. On Friday, they speak to congregations, whether there are policy makers, there are ministers and whatever, they listen. And then it is time to begin to invoke our scriptures to get compliance. Lastly, may I say, the early warning on the ground is so much that you know that prior to now, Kaduna Abuja road, you cannot drive through without having this fear. But now it is clear from one place to another, it's just plain. What are we doing? In our Sunday schools, kindergarten, we must begin to be deliberate about training young people to be environmentally sensitive. There is a Muslim saying, there was this young man, tying it to what Kuka has said about his bitter cola. There is a young man who saw an old man planting a date tree, and he laughed at the old man. Old man, you are planting this date tree, when will you eat it? And the old man said, young man, the one I'm eating, somebody planted. So I'm planting for the next generation. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for us to, time is not on our side. The thing is urgent. It is like doomsday is coming. For Christians and Muslims, we know that the end is coming soon. But let us be prepared climatically to deal with climate-induced issues. Our churches must be clean. Our mosques must be clean. No trash, no garbage. Every after service, have the church congregants clean the church before they leave. After Salah on Friday, have them do. You begin to inculcate unconsciously in them issues about environmental.
All right.
Thank you and God bless.
Thank you so much. You did it.
And you said it around the Holy Land, but I will take it much more broadly. I was speaking to some of the participants here who kept on asking me why there's no government presence here. We invited 14 ministers from agri, humanitarian, the the Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs, the Council because there's no substantive minister, water resources, even finance, agriculture, everybody. There were 15. I signed the letter, so I was counting. We followed up with phone calls because some of the ministers I know, okay, if you can't come, please send somebody. The most important ministry that this concerns is having some sort of internal politics. And so everybody was afraid to show up because they were not sure if they showed up how one other agency or one other department would feel. And so they said to me, we will follow online. So I'm sure that they are following online, but it was not our plan to have that. We don't want, it's a constant battle between me and my team because I work in government and I understand how government works. It's not that people will just come, like Musa said, and give, opening remarks and then leave. Since I left government, I try to work, whether government or not comes, we just go on. But I have people on my team who are a lot calmer than I am, keeps on saying that we should try and get government involved. Government is involved at some level at Ogoni through the high-tech program and through some of the other interventions. But can they do more? Yes. Should they be doing more? Yes. Should government at the national level actually take, and Ogoni is just a metaphor because Ogoni just wants community. There are several other communities that are facing the same thing Ogoni faces. And should they have a much more holistic systemic approach to oil spillage in the Niger Delta? Yes. Are they doing that? No. So I guess maybe when we're saying government isn't really present, is the presence of lack. When you're there, you see the absence of government that is making us say there's more to do, there is more work to do. And like Adi said, civil society seems to have taken over the space where government is. The last comment I will make on people just getting up and moving from where they are to another place because of crisis or climate issues, I will end with this short story. I have a daughter who lives with me now. She came to me to become a nanny. I've told this story before, and with her permission, because she's written it also on social media. She came to me to be a nanny when she was 19 going on 20. She celebrated her 20th birthday, I think 2 days after she came. She's from Southern Kaduna. So she got admitted into a school in the Northeast and traveled over there. So one of the holidays, because she comes, she comes home to Abuja, to our house, for holidays. She asked me, Mommy, please, can I stop and see my parents? And my father, her father was still alive, her biological mother was late, so her father had remarried another woman. I said, no, that's okay. During that visit, and many of you who are my Facebook friends will remember this story. During that visit, I was in Nairobi for a program where 2 hours ahead of Nigeria in Nairobi, there was a call coming in by 1 a.m. Nairobi time. And I looked at it, I kept on seeing her name, and I kept on wondering, but the call kept on coming, and I answered it. All I heard in the background when I answered was just pure chaos. Somebody running, shouting, they're coming, what happened? Bandits attacked the town when she was there. And so she said, Mommy, tell me what I have to do. I just said, keep running. Every 1 hour I kept trying to call her to assure her, please keep running, what's going on. So her stepmother, the little children, her little siblings, her old siblings from her mom, everybody scattered. The next day, when they managed to come back to the village, she saw her father's head, and she was sending it to me on WhatsApp. The reason why I'm telling this story is that we then told them to please leave where they were and start going to another community because we don't know whether they're coming back. And she said when they came in about 500 motorbikes, right? So they came, they were overwhelmed. So she and 3 other younger brothers were the ones who survived. They went all the way to Kano. They were looking for communities that would accept them, and there was none. I had to send somebody who's sitting down in this room now to fly to Kano to go and bring her and her brothers back to the Abuja. And the reason why those other communities were not accepting them is they don't know them. There is insecurity. They don't know who these strangers are. You understand? So there is very low trust in Nigeria now. Absolutely very low trust. There are also Christians. My daughter is Christian. And a lot of communities that are trying to enter are Muslims. So already there was already that sort of dichotomy for them. And even though they all spoke Hausa where are they? Please, once we know where to run the video, where are they going to? It's not just the emotional attachments to ancestral ones. There are all sorts of logistical issues around moving. I'll stop there. Thank you.
I think that we can end with a prayer. I'm going to give the summary, then you end with a prayer, and then we go. Does that work for you, sir? Or you want a prayer at this material point in time? So let me end with a summary, because I think it will hate the prayer. We actually need the prayer. So I'm just going to summarize what we've heard today. I think the most important takeaway that we have is that there's a very low trust. There's a trust deficit. There's a very deep trust deficit in Nigeria, and in everything that was said, it points to that trust deficit. Ifoma has said it. Mukhtar also said we need to build trust between government and citizens. Dr. Durai said we need to be very intentional about the way we think about the issues of climate change. We need to ensure that we are climate responsive, climate centered in our programming, both in government and in civil society and communities as well, and we must let the women lead. Dr. Nyab, trust me, I see you. Mukhtar has also said that we must follow the people, not just the money. We must follow the people and not government, the people following the government. Adako has asked us to challenge our own culture of unpreparedness and to think about the way in which we're not letting culture permeate the way we think about climate change. Reverend Wei has asked for us to also begin to think about religious leaders as first responders, as the first early warning system for climate change as well, and ensure that our young people are trained from elementary school to be climate resilient. Ifoma has pointed out government incoherence in its policies and its lack of stability even within itself, and how that is affecting the way we all think about climate change. I think since the men of God started with us, we might as well close with a prayer. Like Nigerians say, it is well. Reverend Uye.
I will start as I pray and take your position. I feel a lot of weight in my heart on the issues that are being shared here. It's like the whole world is waiting for us as actors here and others in the community.
I'm sorry, I'm going to give 1 minute for that prayer. Dr. Iya is going to come after me.
Let's say I also allow short prayers.
Yes, sir. For they shall be invited the next time. Let's pray, Reverend. Let's go.
Lord in heaven, I stand before you on this day that we have delegated our responsibility. Today we stand to be judged by environment. In the morning it was said, if we don't take the environment serious, the environment will help us to be conscious of that.
Amen.
I pray for every project in this project and all our success. Our prayers is through Christ our Lord.
Amen and amen. Thank you so much. Please let's give a round of applause for the panel as they stand to take a picture. So while they're taking the picture, the Mentimeter should be up by now. Team, please help. Thank you. Great. So please just use your phones, take that QR code, and take the survey. Let's do that very, very quickly. Thank you so much, panelists. Thank you for being amazing. Thank you, Abby, as well, for being an amazing moderator for this first panel. We appreciate you, and indeed, they have looked very, very critically at the nexus of climate, conflict, migration, health, and fragility In the next panel, we'll be discussing the strategies for local resilience, early warning, and adaptation to climate changes, or challenges rather, in Nigeria. And we have leading the pack there to moderate the panel, the Director of Public Policy Initiatives at the Shehu Musa Yar'Adua Foundation, engaged in so many things, but he has some climate advocacy experience and is focused on community engagement and influencing government action. Please, let's give it up for Amara Wangpa. Are you okay? All right, so Amara is here. Please, let's give him another round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you. Apologies. Apologies. I just wanted to move things really quickly. I think the Yar'Adua Foundation has a website if you want to know more about me. I do have a page there, you can read more. I'd just like to quickly invite to the podium the panel that I'm going to be discussing this important issue with. Chris Ngodo, who is the Director General of the Office for Strategic Preparedness, Resilience, Osprey. Please, a round of applause for him. Pleasure to invite as well a very good friend and someone who is very engaged in the community, Dr. Saleh B. Momale, who is the Executive Vice Chair, Kaduna State Peace Commission, under the Kaduna State Government. It's also a pleasure to invite to the high seat, one of these white seats over here, Dr. Priscilla Achapa. She's the founder and global lead of Women Environmental Program. Please continue with the enthusiasm, please. She's not... Thank you. Also a pleasure to invite to the front here Imam Dr. Muhammad Nurain Ashafa, who is the co-executive director for the Interfaith Mediation Center, and also the chief imam of Ashafa Mosque Foundation, Kaduna, Nigeria. And finally, Barrister Aishatu Suleiman Jahun. She's a lawyer, and she founded and leads Baba Azimi Foundation, BAF. Please welcome. Make sure that the microphone is working. So we'll go straight to the conversation. Just a few bit of housekeeping rules. Everybody has 4 minutes to respond. We've run out of time. So 4 minutes. We have an early warning system. So you hear the beep from me when it's almost 4 minutes. So since the conversation is, about early warning, you get a little early warning before we, take the microphone from you. Hopefully we're able to go through what we have to say in that period, but just make it really punchy and quick, and we will move through this very quickly, respecting our time. So my first question is obviously to Chris Ngodo, and I would like you to tell us just very briefly about Nigeria's early warning system. What are the capabilities? What does it do, and how is it related to climate change?
Thank you very much. So in respect of Nigeria's early warning system, I think the first thing to stress is that early warning is not generic. Early warning is something very thematically organized across different themes. So climate change is just one of them, but we do have conflict early warning systems, we have food security early warning systems, energy security early warning systems, literally early warning systems for various thematic areas and sectors. With particular regard to what we're discussing, I think I would say that the most developed and the most institutionalized early warning systems we have currently are run by the Nigeria Meteorological Agency, NIMET, and by the NCDC, the Nigeria Center for Disease Control. So in respect of climate issues, meteorological issues, and public health issues, these two institutions run the most developed and the most institutionalized early warning systems that we have. For us, my agency is called the Office for Strategic Preparedness and Resilience, otherwise known as the National Early Warning Center. So a lot of our work intersects with all of these entities. Broadly, we deal with threats to human security, and early warning and early response is a key part of our mandate, but we do that through these mandate entities and others that I've mentioned. One of the things we are tracking, because I think you're talking about our capabilities in respect of early warning, but beyond that, climate-related disasters specifically, we want to go beyond understanding climate disasters themselves to understanding the secondary impact of those disasters. So for example, one of the things we are tracking is the impact of climate change-induced migration. So let me give an example of what I mean. In 2012, there was a flood that displaced 2 million people. In 2022, 10 years later, there was a flood that also displaced 2 million people. To put that number in perspective, 2 million people, that's the population of Botswana. And less than 5% of the population of internally displaced persons in this country are in formal camps. So that means that they disperse into communities, into localities, into states. And what happens when you have migration of that scale is that you begin to have contestations over land, contestations over identity, over ownership of land. You begin to have all kinds of migratory conflicts. If you have an influx of labor, for example, into a given community, it might drive down wages in that place and then provoke local youth against the influx, what they perceive to be an influx of aliens. So our interest is in not just in these sectors individually, but it's in how they intersect. And so for us, we've gone beyond what NIMET is saying, which is really excellent, and what the NCDC does to look at how these various things intersect. And for us, a major point of focus is the impact of these migrations across the country. They are changing the demographic landscape of our country. They are calling into question the traditional conceptions of identity, indigenship, and citizenship that we've held to for a long time. So for example, what happens when displaced people start running for election or start voting in elections in certain places? Thank you. So I think I will just heed that, and I will probably stop. Let me just say one last thing. Early warning, our capabilities in terms of early warning are developed enough. I would like to suggest to you that the problem is not really early warning, it's about early response. And everything, much of what we've said about governmental presence or the lack thereof is in respect of response. And there's a reason for that. We've been talking about government generically, but remember that you're dealing with one federal government, 36 state governments, and 774 entities. So I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you. My next question is to Dr. Saleh Momale. And Dr. Saleh, a lot of the speakers earlier have spoken about a key area of fragility, which has to do with smallholder farmers and smallholder pastoralists. But this is a conversation about solutions. So how can these smallholder farmers and pastoralists be better supported so they become more adapted to these challenges they're facing, and they can, be resilient to produce more? And what impact do these sustainable practices, or what impact will sustainable practices have on food security and the local economy?
Thank you so much, Amara, and thank you for the valuable discussions that have been going on since the morning. I think the Nigerian environment is challenged. Huge societies and communities across the country, and not only in Nigeria, but across the Sahel and most parts of sub-Saharan Africa are challenged. What is fundamentally before us is how do we collectively understand these dynamics and work to address them, going beyond the normal narratives or the divides that exist between us. Indeed, there is no community, there is no society that can be ascribed to a culture of violence throughout sub-Saharan Africa. I have not seen that. And so some of the narratives, including some of the statements that were earlier made in this forum, really need to be addressed, because I'm not sure the harder communities in Nigeria, in their millions, are a violent community or a violently oriented community. Every community of practitioners are challenged at one point or the other in the course of history. And what is the responsibility of the larger society is to collectively understand those challenges, and then we work together with the leadership at various levels to address them. The key things have to do with productivity. And productivity is driven by skills, by knowledge, by practices, and by the application of technology. And all of this, in these modern times, both our peasant and rural farmers and our peasant and rural headers have been left aside in the development cycle since Nigeria's independence. Our extension service systems are barely collapsed. Even the fertilizer blending plants that were established in this country to provide affordable fertilizers are no longer available. And Nigeria is a net importer of fertilizer, things that we can produce locally and indigenously. Research and development has been far backward in terms of integrating it with local practices. And I think these are the fundamental issues before us. Second, the existing environmental resources are inappropriately utilized. And our governance systems and our governance structures have not come to terms with the increasing population and with the local practices, as well as other government-induced practices like mining or unregulated practices like illegal mining, illegal deforestation, and illegal over-exploitation of our forestry resources, even allowing export of raw timber products out of this country without any moderation and without any benefit to the local populations and to the national economy. So these are fundamental issues. The third one is there is enormous value chain opportunities that can provide employment opportunities to millions of youths in our urban centers, in our rural centers, that will lead to improved livelihoods. And these opportunities are not adequately harnessed. And our young population are just sitting there waiting for white-collar jobs that are no longer available. The agro-allied industries, the processing, the aggregation opportunities in the crop and livestock production sector utilized. And with all of this, there is no way we can achieve that. And rather than us, be as our political leaders, our faith-based, a cross-section of our faith-based leaders, to collectively come and sit down and see how do we collectively work to address these issues, we go back to the narrow-based tendencies of apportioning blames to one section of the society or another section of the society. So in summary, we really need to have a collective national vision and a national goal for the development of all societies, for the development of all communities, to fully optimize the utilization of our available resources, protecting our environment and protecting every citizen. I think that in the last panel, we had a horrific story of a young lady, and this reminiscence for everybody. Many parents many husbands, many wives, many young children are not even protected from their own children, from the excesses of a single member of their family. And the same thing if you come to some of the public institutions. Corrupt officials within public institutions. Those institutions made up of thousands of workers are not protected from the excesses of one or two corrupt individuals. And so also does that replicate along the entire society. So I think these are the challenges before us, to develop a common vision for our nation, to develop a sustainable framework for the management of our resources, to ensure inclusivity and work out mechanisms for transforming our national development goals.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. So thank you, Dr. Momale, for that intervention. My next question is to Dr. Priscilla, who's warning me about her time, but I know she would. She'll keep the time. In the last panel, we heard the fact that the role that women play as breadwinners under-recognized. When we're talking about resilience, we know that from research that women play a significant role in resilience in communities. I'd like you to shed more light in terms of what role women can and do play in shoring up the resilience of our communities, especially when it comes to issues that have to do with climate resilience, and how can we better recognize that role? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I feel so delighted that today a lot of people are talking about climate change, a lot of people are talking about environment and linking it to women, to gender. When I started 27 years ago, there was no Federal Minister of Environment or State Minister of Environment. It was FEPA. And at the state level, I started actually from Kaduna. It was Kaduna Environmental Protection Agency. And everywhere I go to, people kept asking me, what has gender got to do with environment? I was like a lone voice in the wilderness, in the whole of this country. But today, everywhere I go to, everybody's talking and linking climate change, gender to environment. Please, this is something that I really love. It means that a lot of people are listening. I just want to also make reference to Sheikh Nuruddin when he talked about education, that education is key about environment. We cannot run away from the issue of education. There is a complete depth of understanding, especially at the local level. At the subnational level, people don't understand the linkages between environment, climate change, and all the jargons that we speak here. So, back to Fade Husani and, of course, Bishop Kuka. When we sit in places like this and talk about some of those things, the people that are really suffering from this are the people at the community levels. How do we reach them? How do we get there? And these are some of the things that Women Environmental Program, which I happen to be the global lead. By the way, we're in 7 countries now. We're in Nigeria, we're in Togo, we're in Burkina Faso, we're in Tunisia, we're in Canada, and we're in Sierra Leone, and Nigeria is the headquarters. And everywhere we walk, we're working to build resilience. We have so many programs that cut across not just Nigeria, but Africa. And most of our programs are targeted at women and youth. You talked about health. We just did a vulnerability assessment of the impact of climate change on health. And that is one of the things that people don't look at it, because people don't link climate change to health. Even at the global level, when you talk about negotiations, there's very little information about climate change and health. It was just at the last COP in Dubai that the issues of health started coming up very strongly. So in this regard, WEP has been working with all actors, both the government, the private sector, the communities at the subnational level to build their capacities. Right now we have several activities that are going on. So our activities are not just about women, but they are about the vulnerable groups. We are talking about the people with disabilities. And here we are talking about migration. I've not started and your phone is ringing.
We'll have another opportunity. We'll go around.
So there are so many things that WEP is doing. We have built the resilience of women. A lot of women, in fact, yesterday, I didn't know that, some of the people that were built their capacity have now started producing neem organic fertilizer, and they're selling it. In fact, the woman is selling 2 kg at 6,000 and 5 kg at 15,000. And she's making a lot of money from this. From that neem tree, they are also producing oil and selling. From that neem tree, they are also producing so many other herbal things that they're using. So we are looking at the complete uses of climate change, building resilience, and how can the impact of climate change be addressed when it comes to issues of gender, people with disabilities, because most of the times we talk about climate change, people with disabilities are completely left out. And so, for us, inclusion is very important, because you cannot just talk about gender without inclusion. But you can also not talk about gender without cohesion. So all those things, we are looking at it from building capacity inside and outside. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Priscilla. Intersectional lens. My next question is to Yar'Adua, and really it's about youth engagement. How can youth be engaged in developing and implementing these climate adaptation strategies in Nigeria? And please do try and cover points like importance, why is it important for young people to be engaged? What strategies could be adopted?
Right.
And if there are any examples of youth-led projects that you can highlight. Thank you.
Excellent. I'll try not to be too fast. How can we engage youths on issues around climate change? I think one of the key things that we're seeing from a project that we're implementing in Jigawa State, where we're building the capacity of 6,000 women annually and young people to adopt agroecology practices in their farming. We've learned that really women and youths can be utilized in terms of their leadership potentials in trying to expand the adoption of community-based practices in terms of agriculture, in terms of traditional knowledge and skills that they have about agroecology, agroforestry, and biodiversity. We also can engage them in trying to mobilize communities for inclusive education around climate change and climate adaptation. Another key area that we've seen that they can play a significant role, and you can actually include them in those areas, are the areas around engaging youth in terms of innovative approaches in terms of climate adaptation or mitigating climate change. And we're seeing that in the areas of technology, in the areas of innovation, where you see people trying to innovate and find newer ways that they could actually, expand some of those practices that could improve yields in farms. For instance, conservation, multi-cropping, trying to find better ways of getting water to, water the farms and areas like that. But most importantly, I think one of the components of the project that we're doing is trying to see how we conscientize youths, particularly in trying to hold, leaders and government accountable in terms of what are the kind of things that have been appropriated in the budget in terms of agricultural support, in terms of interventions for youth, in terms of trying to create jobs around agroecology, around agriculture, around youth innovative ideas in technology to advance climate adaptation, in trying to also see how they monitor budgets, how they conduct advocacies. We also build capacity around that to see that they are able to engage with the community leaders, they are able to engage with local governance, with state MDAs as well as the government, to see how these things affect them and to hear their own stories and their own experiences in terms of the kind of challenges that they are facing in the areas of farming, in the areas of job creation. And I think I want to bring an example here for some of the women youths that we've engaged in this project, where they're able to tell us stories about the lack of land resource that they're able to access in terms of trying to, sustain a livelihood in agriculture. Most of the issues that we see on ground are, you find that women also farm, but they are not able to access the good lands that they're able to farm on, or if they're able to access them, they are given at a very high cost, or they are sent to areas that they need to really work upon to see that they get very good yields. And just to add, in terms of trying to see how we can involve government in the area of agroecology very fast, I think there are 3 major steps. The first is we need to get policies on ground. We know there's the national policy on climate change, which has been developed and passed at the national level, but very few states have actually adapted that policy. We know that most of the states in the north, except for Kaduna, none of them have passed them. Beside the policy, we also need now laws that now ensure the effective implementation of the policy. And it's the laws that will now, bring out the mechanism and the structure, the governance structure that will ensure the implementation, the coordination, and the effectiveness of these climate change actions. And then finally, we need to have, budget change, or rather we need to monitor budgets and see how we prioritize climate adaptation and conflict and resilience within those budget subsectors in agriculture, in health, in education, and all the other sectors that we've already been able to find nexus in terms of climate adaptation. Sorry.
Thank you. I know there's a lot to say, but we're running out of time. My last question to Imam Dr. Muhammad Ashafa. And this question is about, we've heard a lot about the role of religious leaders, cultural leaders, faith leaders in climate resilience. I would just like to know if there are any examples of examples that we can learn from of religious leaders or cultural leaders being involved in peace building and resilience in communities. What were those examples like, and what did we learn from those examples? Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Distinguished brothers, Assalamu alaikum. To be candid and sincere, today, the major sustaining factor and trigger at the same time, both triggers and sustaining factor of most of the conflict in our country today is tied to the issue of climate change. And looking at that, we have an early warning, early response system in our own organization. We collaborate with NIMES and the state emergency or NEMA or state emergency management on early warning annual indicators that something is going to happen. Please do something. And they always say, don't worry, we are working on it. And at the end of the day, until when something happened and they start running helter-skelter. But looking at those challenges, I want to tell you 3 important things we did. One, we look at the cutting down of trees and the issue of what alternative do you have for firewood? How do you create alternative? If you come to Kaduna, there are some areas in Kaduna State, just by within, when it is, because they don't move in the day, when it is 6 in the evening, they know officially government have closed. From 6 to 9, nothing less than 100 trucks, big lorry trucks, will come out of the bush entering the city of Kaduna. Nothing every day, between 70 and 100 trucks. And we look at that and say, what do we do is the challenge? In our roaming around the world, we went to Germany. And in Germany, we saw what we call alternative to firewood cooking. So as alternative to firewood cooking, used for cooking and other things, we introduced what we call Save 80. The Save 80 stove, we bring it to Nigeria, myself, and Pastor James. From some of our German friends, we talked to them during that particular period, and they say, oh, we have this alternative, if you can use it, it can work in your country. We say, why not? And they give it to us. And we try to market it, even for the government to buy. Some of the wife of the first lady bought into it. But at the end of the day, it goes into the, and it moves into the society. The government couldn't, just a commitment, including then the first lady, the wife of the then head of state, Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, committed herself to say it's one of our first ladies' service to the country. But at the end, they have some resources, they invest into it. They didn't connect to us, but we saw the stove going around. It's going into the country. It's our work, black and white. Number 2, we look at the issue of farmers and herders conflict. And what can we do? In our journey across the 3 parts of the world, we went to Australia. From Australia, we went to New Zealand. And New Zealand, we went to Kenya. And we saw how did they manage their farmer-pastoral relationship. And we saw what they call grass planting grasses. And when we saw that model, we come here, we market it to our government, as we just talked. Government will tell you, okay, we'll look into it, we'll get back to you. The government never gets back to us. And the issue of bringing the exact type of the grass that will fit into this country, into this contest, was a very serious challenge. The Ministry of Agriculture, come, let's work together. Right now, we're still talking with the Ministry of Agriculture in terms of how do we, what else can we do? Because as long as there's no alternatives to the farmer-herders conflict, we should not go anywhere. But looking at that, when that was becoming difficult, we now look at some special trees that are uniquely trees that are gift for both the pastoralists and the farmers. And in those trees, specifically, that's why my colleagues mentioned 7 different indigenous trees that both the farmers and the herders benefit from. And we introduced that phenomenon. And that phenomenon now, we have a nursery of planting those trees. We have talked with Kaduna State government. They are ready to give us some part of the land under this reservation area from Ministry of Agriculture and Natural Resources and Environment to be able to work with it. We are working on that specifically right now. And that's a model that people can come into those schools, into those nurseries, see the nurseries of plants that are economic tree that are beneficial for both the farmers and the herders, and the 2 of them can benefit from it. Finally, apart from that, one of the most important things we did was looking at how can they live side by side, the pastor and the farmers. And we introduced what we call Godo protocol. It's a protocol of engagement, how they're going to live side by side within the pastoralists and the farmers that will create a more positive relationship than the cat and the mouse relationship they have. You know your limit, you know your right, you know your responsibility, and that has worked to reduce certain level of tension within those communities. How we are working to see how we need to promote it. So finally, one of the key important things we did now, religious leaders and traditional institutions. We are working on bringing back, according to our scriptures, we are vigilant to protect nature and environment. Making religious leaders and most of the mosques now have started what we call regreening of the mosques and the churches. It's becoming a very standard phenomenon moving on in Kaduna and some other states where we have got to. And that is working collectively in the template that you can feel it, you can see it, and we would love to see when in IFI, Hub Technology Center will come to visit us so that we can work together in seeing some of these important things on the ground.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Please, a round of applause. So I'm going to pause now and open the floor to the audience. We'll take 4 questions, 4 questions only. 2 men, 2 women. I'm sorry, but that's how it's going to be. And if there are no women, then we'll take only 3 questions, 3 men.
Have you identified them?
So the guy in red, and then the guy with the stripes.
All right. Okay, thank you very much. My name is Samson Shabu, and I work with Building Blocks for Peace Foundation. My question will be directed to Dr. Chris Ungodo. There is this climate security project that we are implementing in the Northwest, and in that project, we are setting up like an early warning and early response system, because the project, because I'm trying to go straight to the point as I've been told, it's a climate security project that is intended to combat climate change induced conflict in the Northwest, focused on Sokoto and Katsina. So among the other activities that we are carrying out, we are also setting up like a climate and conflict early warning and early response system that will monitor and track emerging climate and conflict threats. So we felt that NIMET is an important stakeholder that we should work with in such a project. I mean, even before setting up that system, there's a training that we did for the youth. But my point now is, to what extent is NIMET committed to assisting civil society organizations? Because in Katsina, yes, because I would like to give an example. In Sokoto,
let's take that question.
Okay.
And then give another person an opportunity to ask the question. Only a question. If you have something to say to any of the panelists, you can meet them after and you tell them about your project. So just a question for them now that the audience will benefit from.
So who's next?
Yes, please. The guy is right. The guy is right. Yes. Question? No, not you. You're not in the striped t-shirt. Yes. Thank you. Go straight to your question, please.
Stripes or no stripes, no problem. My name is Shehu Amnenga from Accountability Lab. So my question is to Chris. The passage of the PIA put aside any form of engagement that the oil companies had with the host communities before now. 3 years down the line, nothing has been happening, no trust. A few trusts have come up, many of them have not been funded. Conflicts is already brewing in these communities. Issues of gas flaring are all over the place. What kind of preparation is NIMET particularly looking at to nip some of these challenges in the bud to avoid the damaging effect as well as the conflict that would arise from there?
Thank you. This is the template of how to ask questions.
Thank you. My name is Adamu Abubakar Sadiq Yar'Adua from Diamond Global Engineering Investment. The first question is from, okay. The question is like, I heard Dr. Muhammad said something pertaining planting of tree in Kaduna. But what I got to understand with much of the things like happening is like, after planting the tree, the maintenance of that tree to be up to that optimum point. Most of the distance doesn't like make it, because it's among the reason why the NIMET want to intervene, and I understand it's among the reason why the federal government or the government used to like reject it, like the actual maintenance of that tree to be to the optimum point. And the second story is about global warming.
No, you can't say sorry. Just one question and that's it. There's a lady, is there a lady who wants to ask the question there? Okay, just one more question there. Who else? Okay, yeah, great.
My name is Godde Chimo. I work for the Giving Exchanges and NGO. I want to find out from what Chris Ngwodo said concerning the issues of relating to host communities and displaced people. He just gave a scale of the large influx of displaced people to host communities. I want to know if, considering they compete for resources, compete for just to remain in existence, are there policies you've been rolling out in terms of protecting the displaced people? Are there strategies that you've rolled out also to also encourage them in terms of education? Because I know as they move out from their places to these camps, education becomes an issue to them. So what are the policies or this to protect these displaced people? And then to okay, one question.
Thank you. A round of applause for our. Okay, finally, a lady wants to ask a question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. My question goes to both Dr. Achapa and to Imam Ashafa as well. The question is, I have followed both of you's work over the years, the Imam and the pastor's work. I have followed your work for over 15 years. You both have been successful in your different endeavors in building out processes that work, whether it's addressing climate or addressing conflict. How are you chronicling these success stories in a how-to-do manner for people coming after you to use that template to spread out to other communities? You can't cover the North. You're not doing anything in the South. I've read your book. It's not about the book. It is a manual of how to do. How do you build this sort of interfaith process that you have that people in the South can adopt? And then how do you build out ways of working on climate resilience and adaptation that people all over the country in the North can adapt? Are you chronicling that data for us to use and spread our work? That's my question.
Thank you. So we will start with, we'll start from this way. Right, then we'll pass on and then we'll go all the way to the end.
Okay. I hope you are not saying I should do 1 minute. Okay. Thank you very much. I feel the most important is, let me start with the first man before coming, so that I won't be judged to say why I asked the first question. How do we protect, what are we doing to protect those trees we plant? One of the things we did in terms of that is that because we are not the only one in Kaduna working, there are other organizations who are also working in this area. But one of the focus areas is both public and private schools. So the school manage it, run it, protect it by themselves. The mosques and churches, which we choose where we start the template, the mosques and the churches run it by themselves. And when it comes to the palace of the king, we are working on some of those traditional rulers. We yet to make sure we plant into the seed. And one of the things we are doing now is how do we bring back the forest rangers? The concept of the forest rangers, who are the core people, who are the guardian, that are supposed to get all this poaching and cutting down most of these trees, etc. What can we do to bring it back? And we are seriously working with some of the stakeholders, especially traditional institutions, who they have traditional title within on how we bring back so that they will be able to protect these trees from being cut off or punched after you plant it for years. We have the nasty experiences in our farms on Abuja Road where you plant it, you plant it, and somebody come and just cut them off for firewood. I remember Pastor was crying when he come to the place and he saw that most of the trees have been chopped off. Some people cut them for firewood. Tree we planted for almost 2-3 years. For almost 4 years, the tree is there, it has grown, and somebody go and cut it off or put fire because they are looking for rats in the bush. And they put fire into those places. We have those nasty experiences. So the forest rangers are those who take care. We are hopeful that they will be able to work with us, those outside. But those within the niche, we say that the institution or those custodian of that place, we provide the plant that we feel is appropriate and they plant it. That is that. Then coming back to my sister, what are you doing in order to transfer this knowledge? First and foremost, we have trained so many religious leaders on the need for protections. But right now, and one of the things we're working from our Kenyan experience, because I remember in the Kenya, they asked for, say, we need an interfaith approach, an interfaith training manual, a document on this. And we are working on the training manual. We've not concluded. And by the end of the year, or before end of the year, we hope that that training manual will be ready for interfaith approach to the issue of climate change, deforestation, afforestation, inshallah. It's just a little about that.
Thank you. Is a round of applause. Okay, you want to pass? Or okay, all right,
Okay. Thank you very much, Ife, my sister. What WEP is doing, we have a lot of documentation that are ongoing. In fact, we have published a lot. Some of them are on our website, you can see them. But aside from the documentation, we are mentoring a lot of young people. Every year we mentor at least 100 young people. Right now what we're doing is that we are not just getting money and implementing ourselves. We are subgranting to young organizations because we believe that when you build the capacity of young organizations who are into environment, in terms of project management, that will be sustained. So we are no longer, as an organization, most of our projects we are subgranting. And across Africa, we are subgranting to about 10 countries right now as I speak with you. In Nigeria, we are subgranting to about 25 organizations. And these organizations are local organizations. So we believed in building capacity. We believed in mentorship. Just today, while I was here, the mentorship for Africa was going on. But I couldn't be there. They were calling me, you have to deliver a goodwill message. I said, you need to take ownership because for being in the organization for 27 years now, I need to move. I cannot continue to be leading the organization again. I need young people to take over from me. And so it is the young people that are now running Women Environmental Organization. In fact, what I try to do is just to provide oversight, but I will allow them to make mistakes and learn from that mistakes and move on. So we must move from every day being executive directors of our various organizations. We must transfer knowledge to the young people. That is where Nigeria is not moving forward. Look at all the crop of ministers that we have and the people that are in government. They are recycled people. I'm sorry to say it. Most of them are recycled. Where are our young people? It's not as if we don't have intelligent young people. All we need to do is that build their capacity, train them in such a way that you want. We must model them after ourselves. And that is exactly what as an organization is doing. If you go to my office, all the people that you have are young people and they're driving the process perfectly, not just in Nigeria, but across the countries where we are operating. It's just about young people. If you get anybody that is more than 40, then there's something, but most of them are below 40 and they're driving the process. So the issues of mentorship is key. But just before I hand over, how many of us have actually read the Climate Change Act? How many of us? Have you seen the Section 34? What does Section 34? I'm trying to answer the question that somebody asked about government. What can they do to government? Section 34, and I had to quickly scribble it, of the Climate Change Act, says that it provides for penalties for entities, even government, who fail to comply with their climate change mitigation and adaptation obligations. And I was challenged by the government officials. They said, you have been talking about we're not doing anything. Have you taken us to court? Take us to court. So I'm throwing that challenge to you again. This is coming from government officials who challenged me. Say, you've been doing so much, but you have never taken us to court. Where we have failed, take us to court and then will be there. And there are lawyers that are there to support you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Just to add to that, fundamental to the protection of our environment and the advancements of our societies is education, enlightenment, building capacities, and having faith in our young populations, in our young people, in our young boys and girls, and giving them the opportunities, just like we said, to learn and to build along with the emerging technologies, the emerging opportunities that exist. And with all of this, with a clear vision for our country, we'll be able to overcome many of these challenges.
Okay, I just want to reemphasize the need for the policies again, and that we need to have all the people that need to be within any mechanism or any platform or forum. That it needs to be inclusive, it needs to have young people, it needs to have women, it needs to have all the other vulnerable groups that are majorly affected by climate change and conflict and fragility. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Chris. I think to the first question, someone said something about a climate security project in the Northwest, specifically Sokoto and Katsina, and mentioned NIMET. I'm not exactly sure what you want NIMET to do in that instance, but I would suggest that you engage with the state governments directly, the Sokoto state government and the Katsina state government. That's your best bet if you're looking at government engagement, particularly because you're operating in their jurisdiction. And as a general rule, it's not ideal to do things in a state without engaging with the state governments in whose jurisdiction you're operating. The second person asked a question. I wasn't quite clear. Something about, I think, the PIB and the Niger Delta, but related it to NIMET. Again, NIMET is not where I would readily go to if in dealing with the Niger Delta. You have the Niger Delta Development Commission, you have the Ministry of the Niger Delta, but above all, you have the state governments. And I must emphasize this because often and even in this forum, we've had this conversation where we've referred to government in very generic terms. And if you're generic about government, it's also abstract. So nobody is going to take the blame for anything that you're saying. You're saying government, but you need to be specific. If you're operating in a state, you need to engage with the state government. And generally speaking, I think we have to bear in mind that most Nigerians do not live under federal jurisdiction. They live under the jurisdiction of state governments and local governments. So if we're going to do some kind of targeted advocacy, if we're going to be really strategic about the kind of partnerships we want, then you need to direct them appropriately. And I think just to add to that, I need to litigate something that came up in the last session. And look, I'm a government official, but I'm not here to hold brief for the government. There's a lot that can be said in fair criticism of government, and I will not dispute that. But what I would do, or what I would add, is that it is helpful to at least understand what policies are extant, and then use those policies as the window of engagement with the government. So for example, there is a national climate change policy. There's a Climate Change Act. There used to be a livestock transformation plan, which has now been resuscitated. All of these plans were developed in consultation with non-state actors, all of them. So it's not a question of whether government ordains something and then tries to impose it on people. All of them were developed with non-state actors, foreign development partners, local CSOs, etc., etc. So it would be helpful in the course of advocacy or activism or whatever to engage with those documents, become intimate with those documents, and use them as the lever for engaging with either the federal government or the state government.
I think in the last session, somebody talked about needing government help because you planted 200 trees in a community in Abuja and the community wiped out the trees and all of that. I think the two problems, perhaps one is, if I were to throw back a criticism that has been thrown at government about people-centered policies, did you ask the community whether they wanted 200 trees? Did you ask them what kind of trees they wanted? Here in Abuja, if you've noticed, there's a lot of emphasis on planting cashew trees by the original indigenes of Abuja, because cashew trees are economic trees, and you have to pay a premium for that land. My point is that rather than just planting trees generically, why not find the trees that can appeal to some motivation on the part of the community? So communities have a motive, an incentive to plant certain types of trees. Why not interrogate that, right? So our activism must not be blind. And I say this as someone who was in civil society and now moved over. Now, thirdly, the last question was about displaced persons. Please, I think, let me be clear on this. Nigerians have the right to move wherever they want across this country. So this is not an opportunity to alienate or even demonize displaced people. And in engaging with this issue, we must differentiate between internal displacement and internal migration. And at some point, both of them become the same thing or they overlap. And if you ask about what strategies that we are proposing, really, there's no magic bullet to this, but I think that if you look in Maiduguri, for example, Maiduguri's population has tripled in the last 15 years, right? So that means that Maiduguri needs more infrastructure. Abuja has the same problem because here in Abuja, we're in the center of conflict zones. So everywhere where you have an influx, there's an immediate demand on social infrastructure. So we engage with state governments to recognize this as something that is organic, that is happening, because you can't lock Nigerians up in places and tell them not to move. So this is something entirely normal in the life of a nation, that there will be migration, there will be commingling. It's seeing it as a means to enhance our social cohesion, not as a cause of polarization that is key, and that's the work that we do. Thank you.
Thank you. Another round of applause for our panelists. And just to round up, I will say that the key word for this panel is resilience. And resilience being the flip side of the word that we dealt with in the morning, which is fragility. And resilient societies are characterized by a stable social contract. I think many of the panelists have highlighted that. Social contracts work both ways. The state has responsibility to society, but society also has responsibilities as well. And it's important that we familiarize ourselves with our responsibilities and we fulfill them. And some of those responsibilities could include enforcing that contract, which is something that Dr. Chapa has highlighted, and that could be enforcing that through the institutions of the court. Resilient societies also feature functional and accountable and inclusive institutions, which means that we must begin to think more, and again, we've gotten a bit of credit for being more inclusive in our thinking about climate and environment. It's also a focus on basic services as well. Basic services. It might be great to have all the nice airports and so on and so forth, but the basic things work, you will have a resilient society. And finally, we're looking at how we can absorb shocks. And this means that we must think about how we must accept that in a stable society, in a resilient society, shocks will happen. It's not the fact, the resilience does not depend on the fact that there are no shocks, but it's how we react to the things that shock us, the shocks in food supply or the shocks in our community. That's what determines if our community will be resilient. And therefore, we must pay attention to that. We must respond to those issues peacefully and also with the future in mind. Thank you, everyone, for staying with us for this long. We appreciate that. Please give yourself a round of applause.
And make the applause warmer for the panel as well. Thank you so much, Amara. Please, let's just stand and take a picture over there while the QR code comes up for us to take that survey. Please just take the survey as it's up on the screen. Thank you. How? Auntie Priscilla here. Amazing. All right, hope we've taken the survey. Please do so. Thank you so much. And we're very grateful to the panel as well for all the insight you have shared. Please, let's give them another round of applause. Thank you, and thank you once again. Thank you, Amara, for a fantastic moderation also. All right, so we're getting into our closing moments right now, and it has been a long day of a lot of conversation, and it has been a time of learning as well. But right now, I'd like to invite the boss who ensured that all of us got here to discuss these issues around climate, health, conflict, and fragility. He's the lead of this department and at Clean Tech Hub, and we're so glad to invite Ibrahim Wambai, the fellow of Environment and Climate Action, to give us the closing remarks. Ibrahim? Please, let's give him an applause. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So as we draw this impactful summit to a close, I want to take a moment to reflect on the invaluable contributions and profound discussions that we've had today. To those who are present here today and have dedicated their time, we appreciate you. For those who joined us virtually and contributed behind the scenes and supported the participation of the summit altogether, we are particularly grateful for everyone who has found time to come and discuss with us on this very integral topic. We extend our deepest gratitude to all speakers, panelists, and moderators, and also an unwavering gratitude to the participants. Your collective efforts have not only made the summit a success, but has also paved the way for a more resilient and sustainable future. Together, we have demonstrated that through collaboration and shared purpose, we can tackle the most pressing challenges of our time. As we move forward, I urge us all to carry this momentum and ensuring that the strategies and solutions that we have discussed here today are implemented effectively. Once again, thank you all for your participation and your passion and your dedication to making a difference. We look forward to continuing this journey with you and achieving progress in years to come. Once again, thank you, everybody.
Oh, Joanne, what happened? You missed the picture. Sorry. Okay, so thank you so much, Ibrahim, and thank you again to Clean Tech Hub for organizing this. As we said, everyone does have a responsibility. All of us have a responsibility to this, to ensuring that our environment and indeed where we live is more sustainable. Okay, so we'll end right now, but just a few announcements. Lunch will be served at the end. I guess the ushers are around and they'll take us where lunch will be. For the dignitaries, please just pass this front door, this first door, and you will receive your packs. But for the rest of us, we'll receive our packs of lunch outside. The virtual audience, thank you so much for also being a part of this up until now. We're grateful to you, and we look forward to the next. We'll take a photograph after when we're done. So I guess everyone will just come. Where are the photographers? Right. So everyone will just, we'll find a way around it and have everybody here, you know, just to appear in the photograph before we leave. So thank you all so much for being a part of this. We appreciate it, and we look forward really to the regional summits and of course the next national summit we'll have on climate change and conflict and fragility and other matters. And hopefully the stories will be better then. Yeah, that's our hope and prayer, that the stories will be better. Thank you once again. Do enjoy the rest of your evening. My name is Yar'Adua, and it has been such a pleasure doing this. So please, let's all come forward. Let's find our way forward. Yeah, to take our picture. Thank you.
Sure.